Good morning, everybody. We welcome to the documentary category, sponsored by Lumix. This category is for images that illustrate an actual event, life, an area of human interest, creating a strong visual narrative. Images that illustrate sporting events are included in this category. Only single capture images will be accepted. Post-production techniques applied must maintain the authenticity of the subject and scene as captured in the original. All photographs entered must have been observed, must not have any element of the scene directed or created. If the photographer asks or directs someone to stand, sit in a particular location or pose, this is considered created and should be entered in another category. Welcome to everybody here and to our people at home. We are ready for the run-through. Right, that's our run through. Can we have judges' exclusions, please? Right. Any exclusions? Perfect. Right, so let's get started into the documentary category sponsored by Lumix. I am Tracy Kennedy, your panel chair. We have Kirsten Hogue beside me. Our judges today in this room are Lizzie Gilmore, Catherine Williams, Tony Carter, Tracy Scott, Steve Hussey, Tanya Niwa, Christopher Ian, Richard Wood and Tony Stewart. Can we have to start Catherine Williams, Tony Carter, Steve Hussey, Tanya Niwa and Christopher Ian, please? Oh, those are your exclusions?
Yep.
Oh, can you give those to Ian?
Exclusions, thank you.
Go, it's ready to start? Just, Lizzie Gilmore. Okay, begin judging. Right. Can we have our first image, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 75, which is a bronze award. Okay, next image, please. Oh, can we have a judge's comment? Sorry for that image. Who would like to? Anybody? Can we just have that last image back, please?
So it's an interesting scene here in terms of things to improve. Actually sort of getting engaged with the scene. There's a barrier with the trees being so dominating in the foreground. They feel a bit underprinted overall, so there's kind of a haziness to them. And then also the tie between the centre image and the top and bottom image, it's not too clear why they're all paired together.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 81. That is a silver award. Tony, would you like to speak to this? Okay. Steve?
There's not a lot you can do with editing a documentary category. It has to be as seen, but you can adjust the crop. And I just found the subject is distracted from by the extra debris in the tree on the right-hand side. I think it would have been stronger just to tighten that crop a bit.
Okay, thank you. Can we have a blank screen, please? Oh, next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 74. Steve, you have a challenge if you want it.
I gave this a score of 83. I find it's a disturbing image because of the intentional, sun damage this man has incurred, and he continues to. For me, it's the story about, sort of people keep on doing things that are not intentionally, the unintended consequences, really. And even though we know better, we continue to pursue the sun, we continue to seek after pleasure. And this man is paying the consequences for it and will continue to. His body is severely compromised by bad choices. I find the texture, the redness of it just adds to the drama. The boy or the young person in the background looking away, sort of playing blind. I like the narrative of it.
Tony Carter?
Yeah, I'm on 74, and I think it sits comfortably just out of the award stage for me. I think I agree with Steve, with what this man's doing with his body, but it feels more like a contorted art form of the body, and not really documenting, the environment well, and his body language, the peaky highlights, just a little bit of lack of control. But I think it sits comfortably just below award standard.
Anybody else want to have a conversation? Ian, Christopher?
I think there's a failure to understand colour temperature here too. It's almost a medicinal or medical photography interpretation. There's no hint of threat. It's so neutral. It's taking away from the subject matter. If this was intensely worked as a colour temperature, you'd actually get much more threat that there's ongoing damage going to occur. But this, almost you wonder why he's even got his clothes off in this weather.
Okay, back to you, Steve.
Okay, I hear what you say. I think it's worth an award. I'd like you to consider just bringing it into the bronze category. Thank you.
Okay, judges, please rescore. And we have a 74. That is a professional standard. Thank you. Right. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 74, which is professional standard. Who would like to speak? Tony?
This image is beautifully printed and presented to us, but when you're doing a series, you have to think about what you're putting together. You can sort of see it's laid out quite well, but all of the images sort of lack a bit of energy and storytelling ability, with no rhythm or flow. The image on the middle right is quite beautiful in itself, but really it's just lacking a lot of energy, which, when you get a whole lot of kids together, there's definitely something going on, but this sort of just lacks that.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 72, which is a professional standard. Would somebody like to speak to the...
I'll do it. Sometimes you have to have a reason for doing something when you're doing a series, and the images all look fairly similar, so you're not really getting a lot from this. The images are just so similar, and those burnt out highlights are sort of holding it back. The format of the image looks great, and how you've presented it beautifully, and this format works for the tightness of the crop, but you just think about what you're putting together.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 88, Tanya, you have a challenge. No.
Yeah. Okay, so I scored this image 92. What a fascinating, beautiful capture. Just seeing the depth in the image, and there's so much to look at, and it's really intriguing, and yet it's quite simple. From looking from the man, which draws you through to the shadow of the man with the child in the centre. It's just got so much mystery and interest, and it's quite rare to actually see a symbol of an exit sign or an arrow that actually adds to it, which is in the top left-hand corner. And then the beautiful light in the background. It actually almost looks like there's a face in there too. So it's all around like a play on visuals of a whole bunch of different faces in different ways. It's just so beautifully designed as well. So I'm asking you to reconsider for gold and have a discussion about this.
Tony Carter?
Yeah, I'm right on the 88, so I'm going to stay where I am. I think this image has been taken to within an inch of what it's capable of, and feeling a little bit overworked for gold. And also in the documentary section, I feel like it's lacking storytelling really, and I think this could fit comfortably in a lot of places, but I'm not getting the story of what it is. And this is documentary category, so I think that's important. But I still think it's very beautiful. The crafting, the composition, the lighting is great. But I think unless I hear some other people going up and changing my mind, I'll be staying on 88.
Okay, do one of you others want to have a chat? Catherine?
I was on 88. Thank you for challenging it, Tanya. I'm going to go up to gold. There are some things that you brought out in terms of the word intrigue, which is exactly what I felt when I looked at this. And I think it's the key to the image. The layering is exceptional, and then the sharpness of the hat, the shadow against the sort of wispiness of the shapes in the background from the light. That hard against the soft is creating some more depth. And as you go in there, just seeing his lips, or the figure's lips underneath the hat, sort of echoing the shape of the hat brim. That was another piece for me. And then when you go in the small child's lips, you've got that as well. So you've got this sort of really subtle interplays as you get in really close. And also that the paper choice for that is absolutely sublime.
Okay, Steve.
Yeah, I gave this 86 initially. I'll be going up into gold as well. The more I look at it, the more I'm compelled that it is narrative on today's predatory culture online. It's basically this innocence is surrounded by evil, and she has an escape route. I think the way they've caught this at that moment to get the light on her, to get the shadow, it's not staged, it's not it's not intentionally created, is stunning. So yeah, definitely a gold for me.
Okay, Tanya, back to you. Oh, Christopher, did you want to speak?
You're an exceptional practitioner of lighting. You really understand. It's like a movie still, set up by a group of technicians who know the thing, yet you're a solo operator. I think now that I've had the story come to me, I do understand what it is. It's definitely gold now. But I agree with one of my judges. It's not an obvious thing. It's something that had to be explained to me. That's why I missed the point. Now I'm going up.
Okay, back to you, Tanya.
Thank you thanks for you all for sharing your what you saw, which also added to the narrative for me. I think the juxtaposition of the sharpness with the play on light, the setting is just, it works so absolutely beautifully. I actually didn't see too much cynicism, and that was interesting that you heard that, you saw that too. So I think we're all seeing variations of differences in here, but again, I think Tony, to address what you mentioned, I think it's actually that we don't really know the story that adds to the mystery of the image. I think that's what I love so much about it.
Right, judges, please rescore. You can only enter the same. Yeah. Congratulations to the photographer. That is a score of 92 gold. Right, next image, please. Oh, you can't. Tracy, could you step in and judge for Steve, please? Judges, you don't have to lean forward to your microphones. The sound is picking it up quite nicely. Right, we have a score of 74. It is a professional standard. Does somebody want to comment for the photographer, please? Tracy?
I think you chose a good subject matter, but the central figure is kind of blocking the story, and the fact that he's back on, we are lacking that emotion or whatever that could take it to a high level for me. Yep.
Cool, thank you. Can we have a blank screen, please? We are going to change some judges. Catherine and Tony Carter, thank you very much for the time being. And can we have, who are we going to put on? Can we have Tony Stewart and Lizzie Gilmore, please? And just as a quick note, judges, please try and be aware of the arms that are up there. If they get knocked too much, we have to have them adjusted. Okay, are we logged in? Ready to go? Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 73, which is a professional standard. Somebody want to comment for the photographer, please? Lizzie?
I enjoyed the graphical element of the windows and behind. I just struggled to see the story. Like, I did understand, you know, the stillness with the busyness of day-to-day life, but with that I would have liked to maybe have seen more movement in the image of the person in the image, just to bring a little bit more life to it.
Okay, thank you very much. Next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 77. Christopher, you have a challenge if you wish.
Yes, I saw this as a really good interpretation of the human condition, and the reason I hung up there, I thought there must be a reason the cat's in there. There must be. Why would you put the cat in there unless it's just whimsy? But the cat's showing its paws, perfect, maintained, clean, and the human, totally devastated legs. I just thought it was a great juxtaposition. And it's also a great environmental portrait of really the condition of the body is reflected in the condition of the home that we're looking at. It's just been left.
What did you score that, Christopher?
I scored that 82. I thought it was easily in that category.
Cool. Tanya, you're at the other end.
My score is 72, so I thought that sitted comfortably as professional practice. I was intrigued by what you sort of meant, the state of human, this human condition, but I was missing some emotion, extra emotion and further story around this image.
Anybody else? Tony Stewart.
Sorry, I'm Silver as well. You've got a really strong message here about captivity. You've got an animal in a cage, but you've got this human being who effectively is also caged with their condition. So I think if you look at it from the point of view of actually who's free and who's not, look at the left-hand side. You've got this mess of the person that's supposed to be tidy, but the cat that's supposed to be messy is tidy. So it's actually a very clever interplay.
Anybody else? Lizzie?
Yeah, I'm glad that we talked about this, because I also went in to look at the cat. What is the purpose of the cat? And I saw the bars of the doorway there and tried to make that connection. And thanks for pointing out the cat's legs, paws mirroring the person's paws as well, and tying in that a little bit environment. So I will be coming up. The only thing that holds me back from Silver is the line of the doorway. It draws your eye to that top left-hand corner, and I kept going in there, and I'm looking in there, and what is it in there that ties everything all together? But I was kind of lost back in there. So if you can explain that, I'll definitely come up even more.
Okay, back to you, Christopher.
I think the headless body is brilliant, because really we're just isolating the condition. The cat's there for a reason. It's pure, it's clean, and yet it's the wild animal. It's just the disaster area this person chooses to live in. It's beautifully described. And any diagonal always intends force. So rather, it's just the dissection between the pure animal and the ruined legs. So I think this is easily in the silver category. I can't move my score. I suggest you all have another think and move your scores up.
Okay, just a minute. We just have a bit of technical difficulty. But if you just think about your scores. Let's have a look. Good. Just waiting. No, we're just having some slight technical. First initially Judges. Yeah, and can we have the image back? Thank you. Yeah, okay. So, it hasn't moved. Okay. Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a...
Just a minute,
No.
just waiting for
Sorry, we're waiting on
Christopher.
Christopher to put your score back in, thanks.
Presenter there.
Okay, sorry, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. That's probably what it was then, is because he hadn't put his... Okay, cool. Okay, next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award, and... Oh, you haven't scored it? Okay, hang on a sec. Can we have a black... Okay, judges, can we have the image back, please? So we'll re-look at the image and then... Okay, we have a score of 72, which is a professional standard. Has somebody got some words for the Tony Stewart?
The rim lighting on that, the young driver is magnificent, really lovely separation. Image overall is perhaps a little bit busy, particularly with all the stuff at the bottom there on the digger, to really concentrate on the relationship between the two.
Thank you. Okay, next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Does anybody like to give a comment for the... Yep, Lizzie?
I really enjoyed this image, and I'm glad to see it be awarded with bronze. I really enjoyed the narrative of all the old folks sitting on the bench. It's like, send the young fella out into the danger, all the danger zones and stuff, and he's doing all the hard work, and they're just sitting back there.
Lizzie, you need your microphone on, sorry, darling.
I really enjoyed the narrative of this. You know, like, let's send the young fella out with all the danger, with all the danger signs and stuff. That I would have actually gone higher. It was just the maybe a different crop would have told that story, made it a little bit more clear. With the tree on the right hand side, kind of dragged you away from that. But yeah, it's a really nice little story. Yeah.
Thank you. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a initial score of 72, professional standard. Steve, you've got the option for a challenge.
Sure, I gave this a score of 77, so a bronze. I just wanted to award the photographer for the. It's a beautiful capture. It's a portrait really of this gentleman. We don't get a lot about him, just that he's old, he's weathered, but it's beautifully handled. It's very, very sharp. You can see he's an outdoorsman. See, why is he wearing a top hat? Don't know. But a real character, and I thought just a lovely photograph and worthy of an award.
Tanya, you've got the other end. Microphone.
Yeah, I think there's just that competitiveness with the more light on the back of him and the crop showing so much of the shoulder, where it's more interest is actually in his face, and it's very quite a cold light compared to it's a bit overexposed on the back.
Okay. Anybody else got a comment? No. Steve, back to you.
Yeah, I'm not going to die in a ditch. I think it's worth just his face, his character, beautiful sharpness on his eyes, the weatheredness of his face just draws me to him. I think I'm willing to overlook the highlights.
Judges, please rescore. And we've gone to 73, which is a professional standard. Thank you. Can we have a blank screen, please? Steve, we're going to ask you to have a break. And Tracy, can you please step in? Okay, can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Do we have a comment for the photographer, please? It's Tony? Yep.
I'm seeing a really ethereal reflection on childhood, with sort of like a magical sort of nostalgia. To improve, I'd look at the balance of composition, that sort of extra space, the top right, we could rearrange that to improve.
Thank you. Next image, please.
It's all good now, eh?
I think so, yes. Okay, scores, please, judges. Who are we waiting for? Okay, we have an initial score of 82, which is a silver award. Tracy, you've got a challenge.
I've scored this 88. I would love to have scored it a gold, but the shadows on the right held it back for me because it became a little bit messy there. But the whole central focus and that shadow and that play of colour and light, and I just think it's so clever and so well seen. You know, it's once in a lifetime to see something like that, to be in the right place at the right time. You know, for me, this would have been a gold all day long without that little, you know, untidiness on the left-hand edge. But take that away, this is still a super strong image, and I think it's very clever, very well seen, and I think it should be rewarded. I don't think it's an average image.
Okay, Lizzie, you're at the other end.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy the graphic, creative element of it, and you know, it's very much environmental. But I really lacked in being able to see a story, an emotion, that human element to it. So if you can, you know, tell me a little bit more about that, you know, I might be willing to come up.
Tony Stewart.
Silver distinction, 86 for me. Let me help. There's a Picasso-ness about this, that if the author was to see this from ground level, you'd miss the whole nature of this, which is the shadow. Think of that shadow, that line, that diagonal across the central circle as being a seesaw with the shadow on the right. It's very, very clever. Add to that, this photographer happened to be there when the person had the paint roller. So not only was this a magical vantage point, but to see the activity that was, I'm reading it as painting this in action, it's very, very clever. To see it, then to be capturing it with the shadow and the interplay, there's nothing more I can say.
Hey, Christopher.
All I thought it needed was some cropping, because you've got a chap who's now casting a shadow which works in with some of the more, now this is coming from an Australian point of view, some of the more native patterning, and I see him as a spear holder. He's about to spear something. In fact, I got even the impression of that Chinese fisherman who stand up and spear into the water, but it certainly gave me this feeling of aboriginalness, but it does need a crop.
And Tanya.
I gave the score of 78, but I actually was toying on a silver, and it was great to have that conversation because it took me a while to find the roller, and I think the second time I went up I saw the roller. But what I find, it was actually the same as you, Christopher. It felt like I was also seeing a Chinese fisherman as well, and I was really fascinated by the spear, and I think that's what really made it very impactful. I think I was just a little distracted by the edges, however, really willing to overlook that because the intrigue and what the moment captured is very clever.
Okay, back to Tracy.
Lizzie, I see what you say about the emotion, but for me, some documentary images are about emotion and some are about capturing the decisive moment, and for me this photographer has caught the decisive moment. You've got that beautiful gap between his legs and between his roller and between his hand, and nothing merges. He is clear and the lines are clear. It's a really clever capture of that decisive moment, and that's what makes it a good documentary image for me.
Okay, judges, hang on. Please rescore. Okay, we have a score of 85, which is silver with distinction. Congratulations, photographer. Next image, please. Okay, we have a initial score of 82, silver. Christopher, you have an automatic challenge.
This is an amazing image to me anyway. I feel that this is the intrusive nature of the photojournalism. They just barge in because if they sit back and use the telephoto, they're not conveying anything. They're just taking the safe option. This is the wide angle, I'm in your face. This is a woman who obviously keeps herself and her house in a very good state. She's even dressed here in a beautiful way. But there's absolute chaos and wreck behind her. The wide angle's throwing you around the photo, so that basically you're seeing there is absolutely no salvation. The only pure thing in the photo is the light switch behind her, which just gives you an idea that she maintained a very clean house. But this is exactly what photojournalism is about, intrusion to tell a story.
What was your score, Christopher?
My score was 92. I really thought this was easily in the gold.
Okay, at the other end we have Lizzie.
I wanted to, I really did, but I walked up there and the first thing I saw was the focus was on the bucket, and I so desperately wanted that focus to be on her eyes, to be on her face, to be on her expression, but it wasn't.
Okay, anybody else? Tanya?
I scored this 82. I think just seeing the photographer being right in there in amongst it, and also my curiosity was, wow, was the photographer actually up to it, up to their, knees and all of that, right in amongst it. And the wide angle really works so well for just helping to convey the chaos. I did notice the point of focus. That was what kept me at 82, and I didn't go higher. But I also appreciated seeing through out the window. You can't see a lot, but you can see there's more chaos outside, and it just helps convey this devastation that is present in this image captured. Yeah.
Tony, did you want to say something?
Nothing else.
Okay, Tracy?
I scored this 85. The eyes they're sharp enough for me. This photographer is shooting in really trying conditions, and often, you're shooting at super high ISOs and slow shutter speeds to get enough light inside these kind of situations. I agree with you, her world was orderly and tidy, and this is a beautiful home, and you can see the rest of the world is about to come pouring in that door, and she's frantically trying to clean it up, and she's never going to, not in a million years. I feel really sorry for her. And I think that emotion that we lack in a lot of images is shown here by this woman who's trying to control this world and failing miserably. I'm happy to come up from where I am.
Okay, Christopher, back to you.
I don't see a focus issue, I see a subject movement, and I actually would take that on board as the action of the moment. She's actually trying desperately to clean up, and someone's jumped into her space, intruded into her space, and she's trying to actually, as if she was just moving cushions on a couch, she's trying to actually stabilise the environment so that she can be photographed. She's the type of person who probably wants to be photographed in a much more respectful way. That's why the shock on her face, I see that as subject movement. But the real guts is the photographer's gone in there and absolutely intruded. They're standing in the muck as well. And the look through that door frame surely tells you how chaotic it is. Why do you bother? The house will be bulldozed. But this woman's trying.
Okay, please rescore, judges. And we have a score of 90, which is a gold award. Congratulations, photographer. Okay, next image, please. Yeah, you're excluded in 3. Okay, we have a score of 70, which is a professional standard. Has somebody got a comment for our photographer, please? Tracy?
The child's face is quite severely out of focus, and I think that when you enter the awards, that's something for a image like this that you would need to have sharp to come into an awards level.
Cool, thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 72, which is a professional standard. Do we have a comment for the photographer, please? Anybody? Tony?
Some really rich printing, I think, has done this justice. The kind of shot that would be perfect in a prospectus or an outdoor centre, which is great. Absolutely what we expect of a professional. We probably just need a little bit more, something else to go into that award range. And in this case, I think the figure on the right, just have a, I think whether that's added to the purpose of the first two, which is the main focus.
Thank you. Can we have a blank screen, please? Can we bring in Craig for Tanya, please? Okay, next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Does somebody have a comment for our photographer, please? Tony? Oh, Lizzie? Yep.
Yeah, great action shot. So much drama going on in there on the rider's face and the horse. I just would have liked to have seen a better crop and really be drawn more into that. I feel like I'm kind of drifting out to the right-hand bottom corner of the shadow rather than in on what's happening there with the rider.
Okay, thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 83, which is a silver award. Tony, you have got an elective if you want.
Yeah, look, I'd love to take that. I'm 86 silver distinction, so it's not a big shift. If we look at the essence of this shot in terms of this category, which is documenting, this is all rolled into here. You've got this character who, not only do we have a visual interest, but we've got this emotive. There's a sense of despair. There's a sense of sadness. There's a sense of isolation. There's a sense of loneliness, which is typical for like a man who, you imagine this situation, reading between the lines, living by his own rural community, isolated, not a soul there. Have a look at his lips, and then look at those tusks of those pigs in behind. You know, was that his backstory? Was he a pig hunter that's been ravished? You know, there's a sense of the swan dry, the jacket, the tusks, and the burliness, and the roughness, and the injury that kind of represents his life. Plus he's drinking his beer, which, you know, in a jug, which is that good old Kiwi. There's a lot going on. Yeah, I'll admit there's a couple of things there with cropping and dynamics, but I think the message is there.
Okay, yep, Christopher?
I scored this 86 as well. I thought initially and that's why I walked around thinking, oh, it's just, there's some printing issues. And then I felt, no, there are emotive issues. The idea that his skin is so bad is that here's a man who's self-medicating in a very lonely place. And the skin textures, while they do look ghostly and, held back, they actually add to the sadness of his skin. It's just so, as I say, he's self-medicating as if he was a heroin addict, only his torture is beer.
Okay, Lizzie, you're at the other end.
Yeah, I mean, I look at him and I see, he's the pub grump, and he's there for a while, and I see all that narrative. I think I want to see more of that environment, and to see him engaging more in that environment. I feel like he's looking directly at me. Yeah.
Okay. Tony? Oh, it's Tracy. Okay.
I scored this in 83. I've been listening to your self-medication talk, and I really see that. I've met people like this. I actually dated a man like this not long ago. Strangely enough. I think other people there would spoil the photograph. I think it is the isolation, the rural isolation, the loneliness. All he has left is maybe his pig hunting. And as he gets older, that's becoming harder, and life is becoming harder, and he can't have the joys that he once had. I'll be lifting my score a bit.
Okay, back to you, Tony.
Look, let me help, because you're looking for engagement, but the point is he's disengaged. That's the social message and the documentary purpose of this, is he's looking at you because you might be the only hope. You might be his only contact that day in an empty bar in a pub where he's on his own. This is mental health. This is loneliness of age. This is men and the generation. This is being left behind, lonely pub. The self-medication, I think, is great. I think that's a really good analogy, that there's a lot going on emotively in his head, and this is what we need to step into, understand that the photographer has been very clever to read.
Oh, Tracy, we're coming back to you apparently.
And I think that that look, Lizzie, he is alone and he's grumpy. Leave me alone. Like, take your camera away. I'm here. I just want to be alone. Leave me. Yeah.
Okay, judges, can we please rescore?
Can I?
Good talking. That's now 87, silver distinction. Well done. Okay, can we have a blank screen, please? Can we pop Catherine and Tony on? We're going to take, do you guys want, yeah. We're going to take Christopher and Lizzie off for a little bit. Okay, next image, please. Oh, you need to change that. He's gone. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Judges, you're all about the same. Do you want to have somebody with something for the photographer, please? Craig?
Yeah, I think there's some really nice emotions in the expressions. For me, I don't think that the middle image is the strongest. I think the image on the left where you can see mum is really great, and the expression in the last one is stronger. So I think question whether you need 3 images or if a single image maybe would make this a stronger presentation.
Cool, thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 82, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Something for the photographer, please. Who would like to speak to that one? Catherine?
Yeah, congratulations to the photographer. It's grimy, it's gritty, it's got great dynamic, fantastic angle of view, motion in the arm, sharpness in the face. There's not a lot to criticise with it. It's a damn good shot.
Okay, lovely. Next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 81 silver. Tony Carter, you have an elective.
Yeah, I'm on 86. This being the documentary category, you know, the storytelling here is very strong. I'm going to bring up a weak point, which is not what I tell people when I'm training them, but, you know, the print quality is feeling a bit flat. But the emotional content of this series, they're not perfect as little images, but the storytelling in a contemporary way is outstanding. From, you know, a dad coming along with this child, the woman who's worked through her life with some difficulties there, so you sort of get that power and strength from that. The emotional content of that, I sort of find, outweighs, what should I say, really tells a story. The replicated shapes of the child's head in those roundy images on the bottom right and middle bottom sort of really tell a story of what has been happening in this family. But the power and the strength of it is the storytelling ability. This is the documentary category, and I think this is a powerful piece of communication.
Tracy, you're at the other end.
I'm sitting, I scored a 75. I see there is a story. For me, the narrative isn't that strong. I found the last image the strongest, and it's one of those sets where I felt maybe some of this is not necessary. Perhaps for me it could have been stronger with less images. The print quality and the balance of the overall set was a little off for me to go to a really high score, and that's why I scored it in a bronze level.
Cool.
But I am listening.
Catherine.
I gave this 82. I will be coming up. It's a gentle story of pride, and that's what I see. I see, you know, the hero's the mum, but it's all about the pride of the people that surround her. Having, I'm assuming, Dad holding that cap above her head. And she's sort of like, you know, got this statue-like presence. You know, she's the important figure in all these people's lives. And then you get down to that bottom middle image, and she's, you know, she's still mum. She's still down at her child's level. And then that last image, that's where she's proud. So you sort of see the pride throughout others, and then you come down to everyone, her own self-pride in that last image. And for me, the flatness of that print quality, it's a gentle story, and the softness in the print quality is befitting to that.
Cool. Back to you, Tony.
Yes, so, I mean, print quality, I mean, over this week, this will hang out on the wall at the moment as a silver. I'd love it to be a silver with distinction, but past that, it'll be on the internet as a digital file, and it won't look anything like this. It's a long bow, isn't it, to draw, really?
Thank you,
Yeah,
Judge.
but, you know, I think that the communication is there. It's not perfect, but I think Catherine just summed it up perfectly, really. Come up if you can, please.
Cool, lovely. Thank you, judges. Please rescore. Tony Carter, you need to enter yours in.
I don't think I can.
Same as before.
Yep.
So just, oh yep, it's come through. Good talking. 85, silver distinction. Thank you. Next image, please. Yeah, no, I'll bring him. Okay, we have an initial score of 86, silver distinction. And Tracy?
I scored this 91. The colour palette is desaturated and grimy, which is fitting with the subject matter. The crop is really good. It removes all the distracting elements. There's two big tough guys in a really tough environment, and they're showing that this is family and love and we look after each other. And that juxtaposition of strength and softness I found really lovely. And again, the photographers caught that decisive moment, just as he's given him a kiss on the side of the head and said, "Good on you, bro." I just think it's a powerful image and deserving of a gold.
Catherine, you had the other end.
I gave this 81. Thanks, Tracy, for what you've brought to it there. What's held me back, I guess, is probably the brightness on the arm and the contrast in the subject's face. The menacing half face in the background is something that intrigues me and compels me and brings more to this image. I'm definitely listening, and I will go up. I'm just not sure where to at this point.
Okay, Tony Stewart, you had your hand up first.
87. In addition to what you've pointed out here, there's a couple of things. You've got the swastika, one of the most hated symbols on this planet, of hate and destruction, yet from this fella who's giving love, which we don't expect that. And you know, by definition of this being mongrel mob, look at their patches. These are their number ones. So these are their best ones, the clean ones. You know, so is this the new face of gangs, man love? Is this going to be what you'd imagine to have from these tough guys that are out there doing whatever they do? You know, so there's several layers of messaging going on here beyond what is the obvious and the simple. But lurking behind, you've got this menacing face. The threat's still there, despite this. So there's actually more and more if you look carefully.
Okay, Tony Carter.
Yeah, I'm on 82. I'll come up to silver with distinction, but you know the highlights are lacking really to me for a gold. Also, I get the whole content of what they're doing and their pride, but you know it feels very manufactured to me. By the people in the image, they've presented themselves in this way. So I don't see anything that really gives me reason to go gold with it, if I'm honest. But yeah, I'll be lifting my score from 82 to 86.
Hey, back to you, Tracy.
I see the highlight issue. This is a documentary image and they're seldom ever perfect. I'm forgiving that. The issue with the feeling manufactured, normally these guys just want to show the staunchest face they can, so I don't think this is manufactured. I think this is, one of those, I love my bros. These guys are close, these are my family, and I'm there for them, so it doesn't feel manufactured for me.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Yeah, it just takes a little couple of... Okay, and we've moved up to 88, which is silver with distinction. Okay, we're going to have a blank screen, please. Can we put Richard in? And we're going to give Tony Stewart a break. Okay. You're all good. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 77, and Craig, you can challenge this.
So I gave this an 86, silver with distinction. I thought that the emotion was a really powerful moment. That tear right in that corner of the eye was perfectly captured. I really enjoy the intimacy of it, the really tight crop, which I think has been done really well, where all of the important things are included, and just the depth as well in the bits of foreground that we have just adds to that feeling of this really intimate moment of mum cuddling baby for the first time. So yeah, silver with distinction.
Catherine, you're at the other end.
Yeah, I gave the 72. I do agree in terms of the emotion, and that tear are absolutely beautiful. Those foreground elements are, to me, quite intrusive, especially with the highlights just being so blown out with them, particularly the shape on the right-hand side. The other thing that is holding me back is the lack of detail on the baby, and the lack of sharpness in there as well, which does sort of hold me back a little bit further.
Okay, anybody else? Tracy, you're in the middle.
I don't have anything to add that hasn't already been said. Yeah.
Okay, Craig, back to you.
I might be pushing this on a little bit, but just to answer a couple of points. I do agree. I think it is printed too brightly. I would like to see it a bit darker and a little bit grittier. I still feel that it was worthy of the score I gave it despite that. And I don't mind that there is a bit of motion blur in the baby. The tear in the eye are perfectly sharp on mum, and baby is messy and blurry and moving, and there's a little bit of motion in there. So yeah, I'm quite happy with where I sit, and I would love to see it a little bit higher if we can.
Cool, judges, please rescore. Okay, we've moved it up to 78, which is a bronze award. Well done. Next image, please. Okay, we have a initial score of 77 bronze award. Catherine, do you want to take up the challenge?
Absolutely. Yeah, I gave this 80. In terms of a crowd scene, you might say it's easy pickings to photograph something like this, but I do feel that there's been purpose brought to the way this is composed, with that central figure in red, with her hands pointing down to "just do it" underneath her. There's just some humour in here, and your eyes go through all the different faces throughout the crowd, and it brings a bit of simple joy. The bright colour, almost a bit garish, but it adds to the scene, that sort of compact scene and tension from people being together.
Okay, Tracy Scott, you're at the other end.
I'm sitting on 72. The lady in the centre is wearing red, but I didn't find her a strong focal point. I looked throughout the image, I looked at as many faces as I could, and I couldn't really find anything to hold my interest for very long. It felt like a crowd shot. I couldn't find any great depth or engagement in it. The connection with me wasn't there. Sorry.
Anybody else? Okay, back to you, Catherine.
I don't have anything to add.
Okay. Judges, please rescore. Okay, and we have stayed the same, 77 Bronze Award. Go. Next, actually we're going to have a change of judge. Can we have a blank screen, please? Catherine and Tony, thank you. We've just got to step you out again. Can we have Lizzie and Christopher, please? Okay, next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 73. You're all the similar scores. Comment for, which is a professional standard. Can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Anybody? Tracy?
Perhaps a little more engagement between the people in the image or with the viewer. It just feels a little static. Be nice to a little more dynamic in it.
Thank you. Next image, please. Christopher, I think you're still logged in as Tony. Okay. So that is an initial score of 79, which we can, Christopher, you can actually challenge that.
I just like the dynamic of this photo, it really does. I guess it's the cloth hat. I really like the dynamic of this, the cloth hat, the whole angular, high contrast image. It just really reminds me of imagery from an earlier era. It's also whimsical, the idea that he's looking out at the horses from virtually back of the grandstand.
Okay, we can hear from Lizzie at the other end.
Yeah, I scored this as 77, a really good solid bronze. It's got really good tonal control, perspective, drawing into that man with his binoculars. I'm drawn down to the end with the open door, and I want to, what is the story with the open door? Why are we being drawn down there? But I haven't been able to come up with anything that, so if you can help me with that, I am definitely listening.
Okay, anybody else want to speak? Tracy?
I gave this 80 on a silver. I thought tonally it was well handled. I like the composition. I like the fact that the door is open, the horse is bolted, it's gone. He's too nervous to go over to the track to watch it. He's staying back because, we used to have race horses and sometimes it's so nerve-wracking you just want to watch them from a distance. So he's there on his own while the jockeys have taken the horses out, and he's just standing back nervously waiting and watching.
Okay, back to you, Christopher.
I just saw this as a rather charming, humorous image, and the horse bolt is exactly what it is. If we're going to be very serious about this, a lot of coaches visit each other's teams during trials, practice sessions, and they can't make themselves obvious, and they often hang up in the back dressed in less than official clothing just so they can get a look at the opposition and how they're trading. But I see this as a fun image, and it really does need to be up in the next category. I just think there's so many qualities in this.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, have you pushed? Oh, yes. Okay, that's taking it up to 83, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 82, which is a silver award. You guys are all pretty consistent, so can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Lizzie?
Yeah, what a great representation of Shearing Shed. The speed, the drama, the sweat and the tears. Yeah, I just think it's beautifully put together and well deserving of a silver.
Well done. Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Christopher, you can challenge that. No, you're happy with that? Okay, a comment for the photographer, please.
If we were judging portraiture, this would be marked down a stage or two, but because we're talking about a photojournalistic approach, you've absolutely captured the moment mid-flight, the delight on the child being released from the nappy. My only issue, very centrally placed with lots of extenuating areas that aren't contributing to the story.
Thank you very much. Can we have a blank screen, please? Richard, you can step off. And Tony Carter, can you please step back in?
Steve, we need to take.
Okay, next image, thank you. Screen, please. We'll bring in. Oh, he's just stepped out again. Okay, we have a initial score of 74. Christopher, you can challenge this if you wish.
I consider this, obviously people with a lighter eye colour are a gift to photographers because they convey emotions even when they're not trying. I see this man as standing there in front of his burnt out business. He's devastated. The eyes are just so convincing. He's got the Everlast across the front. There has been a lot of payback in certain industries because you're not obviously on the right side of certain people. And I just get the feeling that he's standing in front of his burnt out business. The only reason why didn't I go up in the highest category when I feel so much for this, as a photojournalist, just pull back, please. Give us more environment.
Yeah, I just wanted to see more of that environment and really tie that all in.
Okay, anybody else wish to speak? No, back to you, Christopher. Oh,
As I said, the beauty about this is you've got in the head of your subject. I don't think it took much effort either because they're obviously devastated. As a gift to yourself, think of the horizontal. It's going to give you much more information rather than the portraiture. It's working against you here.
okay. Please rescore, judges. And we've stayed on 74, which is professional standard. Thank you. Right, can we have a blank screen, please? Can we switch out Tracy Scott for Tanya? And we're just going to have a quick break for something out the back. So judges, you can stand up and have a stretch or a drink. But, I'm not too sure how long we've got, but... So while we're taking a quick break, we're going to tell you a little bit about our judges in the room today. Starting with Tony Carter. Would you like to have a chat about yourself, Tony, or would you like Kirsten to do it for you?
You can do it. Okay, so Tony is an accredited professional photographer and also has his Grand Master of Photography with 1 bar. Tony has been a photographer for over 30 years. Born in Taranaki, he's an animal lover and motorbike rider with a passion for photographing people from all walks of life. Tony has an eye for the big picture and the smallest details. Over the last 2 decades, he's racked up more than 200 national and international awards, including being named New Zealand Photographer of the Year, not once, but 7 times. Tony's career has also spanned overseas. He's judged international photography competitions, was a keynote speaker at Portrait Masters in Arizona, and his personal project, Another World, Portraits from Ohura, has been exhibited internationally. Tony is a visual storyteller with a flair for honestly capturing people's homes, histories, and human connections. Well done, Tony. That's quite the CV there.
Cool. Who else we got? Tanya? Okay. Tanya, would you like to talk about yourself, or do you want us to do it for you?
Fantastic, we'll just find you here. Okay, so Tanya Niwa is an accredited professional photographer. She's also got her Master of Photography with distinction, 1 bar. Oh, sorry, doesn't Grand Master, let's correct that, doesn't say that here. Taranaki Maori artist Tanya Niwa is a specialist in commercial portrait and fine art photography, operating between New Plymouth and Brookvale on Sydney's northern beaches. She is an AIPP Grand Master of Photography and Canon Master who in a single image can tell stories of great complexity, having mastered the craft of classic and contemporary photographic techniques. Through the power of photography, she visually tells stories with impact, sensitivity, and intuition. Tanya has created a niche client market aligned with her focus of being part of social, spiritual, and economic development of Maori people. Over the last 2 years, Tanya has been honing her drone skills and developing a signature style of fine art aerial photography, which features, excuse my pronunciation here, maunga, Taranaki, various awa and landmarks along the Taranaki coast. Tanya has observed that the resultant imagery she has captured so far are able to bring healing, energy and joy to those connected to the whenua. Tanya is a daily aquatic swimmer, enthusiast mountain bike rider, and into her 3rd year as a Taura, student of Te Rauri Maori language. Again, excuse my pronunciations there.
Thank you. Right, we're back on track. We've got 5 judges there. Perfect. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Does somebody want to? You're all pretty similar things. Does somebody want to speak to the Tanya?
Push your button. A totally unexpected capture. There's a lot of curiosity around what the story about this is. Is this ice? And seeing the person upside down adds to the element of surprise, and seeing the aeroplane in the background adds dimension to the image.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 74, which is a professional standard. There is an elective there if you wish it, Christopher. No, thank you. Anybody for the comment to the photographer? Tony?
Yeah, this is beautifully put together with print quality, and the matting is superb. With a series, when you do something like this, all those little parts need to add up to something bigger and greater in storytelling and flow and really storytelling. And it's just sort of lacking in that area. So that's what you need to do to bring it up into an award standard.
Thank you. Can we have a blank screen, please? Craig, we're going to give you a break. And Tony, can you jump on, please? Okay, next image, please. We've had that.
No, it's different.
Is it? Oh, okay. Okay, we have a score of 71, which is professional standard. You're all fairly even. Can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Tony? Oh, you're Tony Carter. Sorry, there's two of you now.
I think the strength of this is the powerful crop in close and how the baby's in close, but the dropping focus, being on that back eyelash, sort of draws you out of the image instead of being pulled into it. So just think about your focus and what's important.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 78, which is a bronze award, but Tony Carter, you have an automatic challenge.
Oh, geez, sorry, we left it on. Yeah, I scored this 88. The soft way the story is being told, I think, is fantastic. You sort of feel like this person is entombed, like somebody in a cemetery. Those beautiful autumnal colours floating above the head. Just the repetition of the blue and the character of this person. You know, they're homeless and yet they've got a perfect pair of white sneakers there. But just how that body is sort of wrapped in, you know, this person has got themselves, you know, in bed for the night in a place they feel safe. So I think this is a very soft way of telling a powerful story of what's happening around the world and in New Zealand, of people being homeless and our poor government not looking after people properly.
Tanya, would you like to add something?
Yeah, I think this is. I actually scored this 77. Was that right? 77. Yeah, 77. Tony, thank you for sharing what you did. I feel like I underjudged this. I can see the subtlety in this, and I can really appreciate what the photographer has brought to us in the way that it's composed, and the element of hope with the tones of the leaves against the blue and starkness of what does look like a body. Yeah, and then the humour of an element of the shoes really works well. So I'll be going up. Yep.
Thank you. Christopher, have you got something to say?
I was the thing that I liked was the body bag look, but I really was hoping for just a little bit more humanity, like a hand outside or something like that, and I couldn't work out the stroller, what that was doing there. You know, if you're really going to rip at me, I just want to see a child's toy or something there to say that maybe under the blanket there's another person who's sharing this misery.
Okay, back to Tony.
Yeah, just to address a few things. You know, when you're sleeping like this, you don't want any part of you exposed. There's a vulnerability in that. This person is cocooned in this and settled in for the night. The stroller for homeless people, it's not about having a child, it's about taking your gear from place to place. And you know, this just beautifully and quietly tells you a story. It's not spoon-fed to you. You're left wondering what this person looks like. The shoes is a little indicator, but you know, the colour balance of the blue stroller with the blue material over them could say something about this person. It's just a very beautiful and quiet image that has a full set of emotions for me, and I think compositionally it's great. And just look how that person is sort of cuddled into that corner, a quiet space where they can feel safe for the night. 88.
Okay, so judges rescore. I think the computer's just catching up. There you go. And we have an 85, which is silver distinction. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have the next print, please?
Okay, we have an initial score of 72. Tony, you can elect to challenge that.
Yeah, I'm on 77. The matting in this is atrocious, which is, I think, is the weakest point, and the size of the image. But I think there's a story here of you can almost feel the person is there with their instrument and what they'd be like, and you can just about hear the music really in some ways. So and it's a sense of place, and you can almost feel the sound going around. I mean, to me, it would have been great if it was printed smaller, so you can sort of just really study it in more of an intimate way, those little pieces. But you know, there's a lot of chaos going on there, but there's an order in it, and I think it's a solid bronze.
Okay, let's hear from somebody at the other end, who is Christopher.
I believe the instrument's been lit by too large a light source, and it's really disappointing that. I would have used spotlighting, or at least a Fresnel, basically to get some of the light off the base of that instrument, so it was far more dramatic, and then printed deeper.
Okay, anybody else? Right, back to you, Tony.
I have nothing more to add.
Okay, hang on. Judges, please rescore. And we've stayed on 72, professional standard. Thank you. Next image, please. Is that the correct way? It's an interesting one. Okay, we have an initial score of 85, silver distinction, but Christopher, you can challenge this.
I've spent a good part of 25 years with an assistant who is absolutely in this world. The BMX, the bike riding, all that. I see their imagery all the time. When he goes to rest, he pulls up YouTube videos. This is a unique interpretation of that style. The dynamicism which is in this photo is so exclusively pastely presented. It's a gorgeous mat, it's a gorgeous structure. It is totally unique. These guys love their low angle, wide angle, gritty imagery. This is going the other way. It's just a perfectly unique version of this style. And I can tell you from what I've seen, this is really rewarding of gold. I didn't go in the highest category because I don't know if there's enough stunning images there, but this is unique and it really needs to be gold.
Yeah. Can you give us a score, please, Christopher?
Yes, I scored a middle of the gold range at 93, and I really do think it should be in that category.
Okay, at the other end, we have Tony Carter.
Yeah, I'm on 81. I've definitely underscored this. I'll come up into silver with distinction, I think. I think it's very dynamic, and it's all about the shapes and the energy. I sort of found the colour sort of overpowered the actual structure of the image and what was going on. And for gold, I probably find the image on the extreme left a little bit of a lump and almost doesn't need to be there in some ways. it's not really adding to the composition. But I love the exit out of it on the right. But yeah, I think the colours there are quite overpowering for what is actually happening with the rest of the dynamism that's happening, and the pale sky, although it's been beautifully handled, it does just look a little bit patchy to me.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, back to you, Christopher.
I think we really need to all get on board and reward unique vision. This is a person who maybe has borrowed from the aerials that you see in Winter Olympics, but they're a snow skiing event. They've taken the same interpretation of pastels against a bright supercolour sponsored vest and given it to a concrete bowl. It's just brilliant. It is really clever cross management of a skill, I just see this as rewarding gold. We need to reward people like this and their vision with gold.
Okay, please rescore, judges. And we have 87 silver distinction. Okay, can we have a blank screen, please? We're going to give Christopher a break and Steve. No, Steve can't come on. Sorry. Can we bring on Catherine for Christopher, please? See, that was zero. No. See, just, okay, yep. Next image, please. Yeah, you've put a score in. Is it not? Do you want to change it? Okay. Yep. You should be able to. Okay, we have a score of 82, which is a silver award. Do we have a comment for the photographer, please? Anybody? Catherine?
A beautiful melancholic feel to this, and the reward of getting in there and seeing the mask hanging down on the woman. It gives a feeling of trouble on trouble, and the humanity that brings. There's a balance to the composition. The tree on the right possibly is quite dominating, but I do think it's beautifully presented to us and beautifully printed.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay. We have a score of 71, which is a professional standard. Judges, you're all across the board. Do we have a comment for Tony?
A really clever technical capture with that motion in the water. The balance with the space on the right-hand side could be something to improve by cropping in.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 79 bronze, and Catherine, you can challenge.
Yeah, I gave this 88. And why did I give it 88? To me, this speaks about humanity since the dawn of time. I don't know what I'm looking at, and it doesn't matter. I feel like it could be worship or some kind of ritual or prayer. There could be many things. But this is about humans when they draw together and engage in some type of worship practice. And then there's this extra feel of, it's like cave drawings. And there's this textural element that adds to that and gives a layer. And so that sort of cave drawing feeling adds to that element of this is humanity since the dawn of time, engaged in ritual practice.
Okay, Lizzie, you're at the other end.
Yeah, thanks, Catherine. Bringing out that kind of cave drawing aspects. I think I went in there looking for something and didn't really find it, but maybe I should have actually just stood back and appreciated it from, more of from behind, not going in and finding something, but just appreciating something for what it actually is. And yeah, I can definitely see that. So I'm feeling a little bit stingy now, so I'll come up with you.
Lizzie, what did you score that?
I scored it a 71.
Okay, anybody else want to speak to it? Tony? Tanya? Okay, sorry. You can't see the judge.
Okay, so my score was 77, but Catherine, you've explained it really well. What I loved about this images was that it's something you need to sit with and study, and although it feels like it's quiet, there's a lot of energy in, and I actually would have thought maybe it's haka. So, and I love that it's not clear, and that's what adds to it. And I think it's actually, the impact is also the tones of the people are quite light, and then they get stronger and heavier as you go down, and I think that adds to the strength and weighting of the image. So I'll definitely be going up.
Okay, Tony, Carter?
Yeah, I'm on 83, I'm actually going up to 92. Okay, so sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna go up to 92. I think this is a really powerful piece of communication. That real primal feel is something that I think is real strong in New Zealand, and I think this is a great representation, but not an obvious one, and I feel it is. Straight away I thought haka, that's what it screams at to me. You know, the way Tanya said about that darker base at the bottom and going up into the light, you know, it's the whole dark light divide thing in New Zealand, you could say, or you could interpret it that way anyway. But you know, I think it's quite a very quiet image, but a powerful piece of communication, and I'll be coming up higher than Catherine's score now to 92.
Okay, back to you, Catherine.
Thank you so much for bringing this to it. And I think even, you know, Lizzie, what you said, it is about standing back. The thought that this is haka, that's fantastic, bringing that to it. And I think it almost doesn't matter, because this is about humanity, and when people pull together and they engage in practice together, and that is what this draws to it, and that's where it brings power, and it's a very innovative presentation in documentary.
Oh, thank you. Judges, please rescore. Good talking. It's now silver distinction on 88. Well done. Right, next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 85, which is a silver distinction. Judges, you're all across the board, so is there a comment for our photographer? Tony?
Tanya is pointing her finger, so she must have wanted to speak.
Fascinatingly intriguing, beautiful repetition of the lights with the shape of the shapes on the clothing of the person. Lots to look at and discover in the surrounding. Beautiful lighting on from the main light coming onto the shoes to highlight what's at play here. And yeah, really beautifully printed and presented to us. Congratulations.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 72, which is a professional standard, but Tony.
Yeah, I'm on 82. I think the treatment of this is very severe, and I think it matches the child's expression. The look of terror in his face, and he's been held there with that big fat arm behind, so you can sort of get a picture of what's happening here. The tight crop really accentuates that, and I think it just has a real character to it. So that's why I scored it 82. I'm not sure I'm going to talk people up into that.
Okay, Tanya, you're at the other end.
Yep. I scored the 65. So as far as professional practice at the lower end, the eyes are very impactful, engaging. However, just am so distracted by the strong light on the rest of the image and the hands around it. So it's just like what the photographer has brought to the image. For me, it feels unresolved.
Anybody else? Lizzie.
Actually, Tony, I do see what you see there, and what I scored this as 74 on the cusp of award, but it will come up because I thought coming up was like, oh gosh, it's a bit overdone, just with the way it's been handled in the post processing. But I think you explained why that is. It is to add to that drama of the terror in that child's eye, and then also the roughness of the hands, but then the innocence of the little duck or whatever it is that's been drawn on his face. So yeah, I mean, it's absolutely I think it's deserving of an award.
Hey, back to you, Tony. No, Tony Carter.
I'd just be grateful if we can award this image. Thank you.
Okay, please rescore, judges. Good talking, 75 bronze award. Next image, please. Right, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Judges, you're all pretty close. Can we have a comment for our photographer, please?
I can do that. Well thought out process and selection and finishing, but the story lacks any energy. Okay, when you go to a sale of these animals, there's a real energy about there. You cannot hear the auctioneer doing any work behind the scenes here. It just feels a little bit flat, like it's just going through the motions. But you know, very well thought out. You can see that you understand what you're doing.
Lovely. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. And Tanya, you can challenge this.
I scored this image 84. At first, I felt that going into the image, it was really interesting to discover and see that there's a whole lot of maybe whales or sea creatures that are all beached there, and it's quite subtle because they could from a distance look like rocks. What actually brought it up for me a lot was the sadness of what has been captured is really well balanced by the black circle up the top, and it's sort of like a statement of darkness, even though it's the middle of the day and it's quite ordinary type light. There's this just real intrigue and subtlety, and the composition's well handled. It's just got some quiet moments and some room for wonder. Yeah. Okay. So I'm asking you to bring it up to the next range.
Okay, Lizzie, you're at the other end.
I thought I scored this 72. I went in there, I saw that black hole, and I thought about going down the rabbit hole of the black darkness of doom. But it just didn't. It just was too distracting. Didn't quite tell that for me.
Hey, anybody else want to speak?
I gave the 78, and I'm speaking purely because I am in support of seeing it go up a little bit because of the sadness that I feel when I look at this. It was probably the lightness at the top that was holding me back. I feel like maybe now I was getting a little bit too hung up on that, and I should just go back to my initial emotion, and the initial emotion is sadness.
Okay, Tanya, back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Catherine. I think it's an image that could be very easily overlooked. It's actually very subtle, and I think that I think everything's been said. Thank you.
Hey, judges, please rescore.
Do I just...
Good talking. That is a 80, which is silver award. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 71, which is a professional standard. You're all the same, around the same area. So Tony, Stuart, would you like to speak?
I love the idea of chaos, which is really coming through in this image, which, could be the name of the band and what's going on. I think to improve, to drop it lower in the frame, to kind of get rid of some of the highlight peripheral distractions at the top.
Thank you, judges. All right, that was our last printing tree. It was. So we are going to have a wee changeover, and while we do that, Kirsten might have a chat about some more judges. We're also going to have a changeover of some judges too. So can we welcome back Craig, Steve and Tracy for Tanya, Tony Carter and Lizzie.
Thanks everyone for your patience here, just while we change over from the last print image through to digital. So just to fill you in a little bit on Tony Stewart. Tony is an accredited professional photographer and a Grand Master of Photography. Tony lives in Templeton on the outskirts of Christchurch. He is a working professional photographer with over 23 years full-time experience. His work is mostly commercial and events, with wedding, landscape and fine art providing some variety. Documentary and astrophotography are genres he often explores as part of personal projects. Tony, have you got anything you'd like to add? Thank you.
Okay, so we are moving into the digital section of the documentary category, sponsored by Lumix today. We are ready to go? Okay, next image please. Okay, we have a score of 85, which is a Silver Distinction Award. Yep. You're all about the same, judges. Can we have a comment from Tracy Scott, please?
I scored this in 89. I really, really enjoyed it. I think had there been a ball in there, this could have been a gold all day long. There is. Where is it? I can't see it. I'm looking. Hold on. Just beautiful action, beautiful composition, beautiful lighting, very well handled. Great shot.
Thank you. Right, next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a Silver Award. Tracy, there is a challenge there if you wish it.
Yeah, I'll take it on. We talk about narrative and we talk about storytelling in documentary. This, you know, the guy in the middle at the centre, he has terror on his face. We've got all the kids, they might be back on, but their little fan base. The guys on the right have got this camaraderie. There's fun, there's action, it talks about the sport, it talks about all the elements of why men do this or why people do this. And I just think as a set of storytelling, yeah, it has a few technical flaws, but I think it's a really good storytelling set.
What was your score, Tracy?
85.
Okay, on the other end we have Craig.
I knew you were going to come to me. So I scored at 74. I do get the sense of the story and everything here, but I felt that it wasn't a cohesive story and that there wasn't really a design element, a visual element of design to the individual images pieced together. So I put it right at the top of professional practice. I'm happy to come up a little bit, but I'm not sure I'm in the silver range still.
Hey, anybody else want to speak? Tony Stewart?
I'm 83, and I think silver is perfect for this shot here. I was left wondering a little bit about purpose, but then the more I looked at it, the more I saw you got the left centre, boys to the right, and then men. So boys to men, there's a bit of stuff going on. You got the guy with his bum crack, he's cracked, broken, his bike's not going anywhere. So there's a little bit more subtlety going on amongst this, more than what you've described too, I think.
Okay, back to you, Tracy.
With the design element, I think they're addressing Craig. There is top row. You've got the two bikes coming in towards centre. With centre, the next two you have the groups and the guy in the centre coming towards us, and the last two. Sure enough, the guy on the end isn't heading out, but he's coming straight towards us through the finish line. So yeah, I think there is an element of design in there that's been well thought out.
Okay, hang on. Please rescore, judges. Okay, we've brought that up to an 82 silver award. Well done. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Tracy, you've got a challenge if you wish it.
I gave this an 82. I felt it had a cinematic quality to it. I don't fully understand what the story is. I wonder, it might be a flood, it might have been a parade, it might have been, but the debris everywhere. There are people leaving, there are people coming. I just wanted to reward it for it's well cropped, well handled post-production wise. And it did have a narrative. I'm a little lost as to what the narrative is, and that's why I didn't take it higher.
Okay, Craig.
Okay, so I scored this 73. I enjoy it for all the reasons that Tracy said. It is cinematic, it is well treated, but I am definitely missing what the story is here. I don't see a narrative, and within what we've been presented, I don't think that this is even the kind of defining moment of this scene at this time either. I think the person that's coming out of the main person on the right in black's shoulders is a little bit distracting. If you'd have waited a second earlier or later, then you might have avoided that happening. So there's a few things that that kept it out of a awards range for me.
Okay, your other three are about the same. Does anybody else want to speak? No, back to you, Tracy.
Thank you, Craig, for that. Yeah, it was a long stretch to get it up there, but yeah, there were definitely qualities I liked about it, and yeah, hope somebody else might have, but yeah, I'm on my own.
Okay, rescore, please. We've stayed the same, 78 bronze award. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Judges, you're all pretty consistent. Craig, you can have a chat.
Yeah, I think this is really well done and definitely deserving of a bronze. I think to improve this, there's a lot of energy travelling in a downwards direction from the right there, and so having more space at the bottom of the frame to give that some room for that energy to travel a little bit would lift it for me.
Sounds good. Right, next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 81, which is a silver award. And Tony Stewart, you can challenge this.
88 was my score, and I can see you all looking, because I think we're still not really 100% sure, and I think if I can help a couple of things. This picture is clearly about a funeral, a tangi, a death. There's mourning, but it's about life. And we're seeing this connection between family that comes together with grief. And if you look at the centre image, we've got all those elements there, which is of bereavement. We've got the cross, the graveside, the empty seats. There's missing people, and a person in isolation. That speaks of grief. It speaks of person dealing with this by themselves. Yet, top and bottom, it's surrounded by family, and there's a connectiveness there. If you look at the flare that's coming in the top image, there's a spiritual connection there. The images are linked all the way through without whether we realise it or not. The pointing to the sky is that allusion to spirituality, to life after death. This is where you go. There's the flare coming back to make that tangible. I might be drawing a long bow on that, but the potential's there for you to read into that. And then you've got this strong hongi between generations at the base. And it's taken me a wee bit to understand that. And I think if that helps you, Annie, I definitely think worthy of silver distinction.
Okay, Catherine, you're at the other end.
I gave this 77, and I do struggle with the idea of coming up with this. I do think that central image in terms of storytelling is very strong. The compositional placement of the elements in that particular image is really striking. The top image, the woman on the left is on her phone, and the other two women are quite disengaged. So I feel that has been added more for the elements of the shapes are nicely defined. It feels more like a compositional element than a storytelling element that's adding to it. And then the bottom image, to me, the closeness of it and the highlights are so bright that it's jarring. In what is a gentle moment, a gentle moment has become very harsh, and it's actually taking away from that power in that central image.
Okay, back to you, Tony.
I'll give you one more point that may help. The top image, they're on their phone, they're disconnected. We go to the bottom, there's a strong connection. It takes that bereavement to link them, being disconnected, not engaged, separate, behind, further, coming together through bereavement.
Okay, judges, please rescore. We have a final score of 82, which is a silver award. Next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 79, which is a bronze award. Tony, you've got an elective challenge if you wish it.
Well, look, I might be feeling the love a bit here, but for the category, I was 86, so that might be a long push for you guys. But we're in a category where we're documenting, and I think for this photographer who is doing motorsport, they're the top of their game, and I think we need to recognise the skill set here. We've frozen the motion of the vehicle, which we know is screaming. That is flying through the air. That's an aeroplane for all intents and purposes. Yet we've got motion in the wheels. So to capture both those things, movement, but freezing motion, I think we need to recognise the skill set is beyond just the normal for a sports photographer. Add to that, we've got a sense of direction. We've also got a sense of light and dark. The car has been lit almost as a studio type portrait. We know this is rally driving, we know this is adventure, speed, all those sorts of things, suspended in midair. I just think we need to be recognising of this skill set for this particular subgenre of documentary.
Okay, Steve, can we hear from you, please?
Yeah, I scored this 75, bronze. Recognise what Tony's saying. I feel the things that distract for me is that the crop at the bottom, there's just a couple of little light blotches that come up into the focus that don't need to be there. I don't feel like the car is as sharp as I would want it to be if it was, you're trying to catch that frozen mid-air. I appreciate the tyres moving, but if you look at the front bumper and stuff, there is definitely some softness there. And there's no drive, you can't see the driver's expression or any of the ground being lifted up around the car as well would add to the dynamic nature of it. I sort of feel like the crop could have been pulled in a little bit on the top right as well. So I feel it's worthy of a bronze.
Okay, does anybody else have something? No, back to you, Tony.
Look, do your best. You're not going to see driver's expression. He's going to have a helmet, so that's never going to happen. Look, do what you can. We'll go for a silver if we can't get further.
Okay, rescore, please, judges. You've brought it up to a silver, 80 points. Well done. Next image, please. We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. We're all about the same. Can we have a comment for our photographer, please? Catherine.
Yeah, for me, an interesting subject, and it certainly makes me ask what is happening here. It doesn't sort of explain, or I don't get a feeling, I can't see into the face. I want to see a little bit more of that action, and that may create a little bit of better understanding of what's happening. And potentially the central placement of it is not adding enough to the image.
Okay, thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. You're all about the same. Can we have a comment, please? Steve.
Yeah, it's deeply moving scene, well captured. I feel like the third image is the strongest for me, and I feel if that was there on its own, it would have been more compelling. It just about made me cry, that one image on its own.
Oh, thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 86, which is a silver distinction. Either Tracy or Tony can challenge this.
I gave this 91. We have this magnificent, strong blue diagonal line. The photographer has the tennis player, mid-ear. That shadow is just perfect. It's, although his racket is side on up above, we can see exactly what it is in the shadow. The ball is placed perfectly. I would have gone to gold distinction had there been a little more oomph in his expression, but I just think that composition and the skill that it takes to create an image like this, it needs to be rewarded.
All right, Catherine.
I'm down at the other end on 78. It is the oomph and the expression that holds me right back on this. The shadow is, fantastic, and the elements that you're talking about, Tracy, it certainly makes me realise I have been too tight on my score, but it's just not in that higher range category, because to draw it all together is reliant on that expression and power in his face, and I'm just not seeing that.
Okay, anybody else wish to talk? Tony?
I was also 91, because I think you've got a photographer that could have just turned up to the tennis and take a picture with a player with the crowd, but they haven't. You've got a really simplified sports documentary shot here that has got graphical elements, there's colour elements, there's the technical elements of you're capturing the motion. You've got this sort of dinosaur kind of shape going on with shadow. There's these. This is not a random. This is not a byproduct of someone just turning up with a nice camera at sport. This is craftsmanship, and we know the speed of that ball. We're looking for someone to be smacking a tennis ball. If you're looking for that, you're not going to find it. That could be here. This guy doesn't have to smack it to be a champion. He might actually have finesse over his control, as opposed to the sweat and the oomph and the strained muscles. He's almost got a Romanesque type pose, a statuesque. He's levitating. He's off the ground. That is the power of his athleticism. He doesn't have to smack the snot out of this for this to be powerful. There's a gracefulness, and for that, the photographer has done above and beyond.
Okay, back to you, Tracy.
Thank you, Tony, for that. I can see that now. He's floating, he's levitating. He's like, a Roman god. He's just there. This is just so easy. I can do this, and I can get up there with the best of the best, and just, So, thank you for bringing that to the table. And I hope, we can reward this for, how beautifully crafted it is for a documentary image.
Cool. Please rescore, judges. We have a score of 90, which is gold. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 79. And Tracy Scott, you can challenge this.
Oh boy, I'm way out on a limb here at 87. I was a sports photographer for years, and at the end of a game, when you've got all that, you know, the crowd surges in and everybody wants to congratulate, it's really difficult to get in up that up close with the guy holding the trophy, let alone get that perfect reflection and that gorgeous composition. I just think it's well lit, well composed, well handled, and it tells us so much of the joy of the moment. So yeah, that's where I'm at.
Okay, Tony Stewart. Okay, nothing to add. Okay, Catherine, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I'm in support of this at 83 currently, and I'm happy to go up with this. What this says to me is there's some humour in this. He's kissing himself, and no one else in the background is looking at him while he's kissing himself. There's a bit of fun to that, and it kind of speaks to the ego and the ego of sportsmanship and all those other things. I think it adds more to it. It sort of speaks to the culture of sport in that way, more than just the moment. So for that, I'm happy to reward it going up. Yeah, and just the tones of the skin and everything sort of really do hold you in there.
Okay, back to you, sorry, Steve. Yep.
Yeah, I just had a comment as well. I scored at 75 bronze. I think I will come up to silver. The main reason I didn't go silver first time was that the photographers included themselves in the reflection on the base of the cup, and that could have easily been cropped off. But if we're talking about egotistical and we liked seeing our own reflection, maybe that was intentional. I just feel like it distracted. It was a lack of attention to detail. That's why I stayed down. But I see all the other elements. I did like the idea of the guy kissing himself, you know, the whole thought behind that. So yeah, I'll go up to silver.
Okay, back to you, Tracy.
Thank you for the discussion. Yeah, I love your point about him kissing himself. I think that's very indicative of where these things lead to. These guys do have big egos, a lot of them, and it's yeah, a lovely point that you've brought to the board. So I think it is a great sports shot and talks about the emotions and everything of the sport and how important it is to these players. So yeah, if we can bring it up, it'd be great.
Okay, please rescore. Good talking, 81 silver award. Great, next image please. We have a score of 77. Steve, you have an elective challenge if you wish. No, okay. Can we have that is a bronze award, can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Steve, do you want to do that?
A fantastic timing and the drama of, hands-free is really good, and the height is really impressive. Just feels like it's been over-processed. The HDR is leaving a bit of a haze around the subject.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, let's do some. Go forward. She's been on for an hour. Okay, we have a score of 74, which is professional standards. You're all about the same. Can we have a comment for our photographer, please? Tony Stewart?
This is a great character study with a very clear sense of space and ownership of that. I would suggest a slightly different crop, a little bit more narrow, and some vignetting and burning just to clean up, and the presentation to keep the central image on him.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Craig, you've got a challenge if you wish it.
Yeah, I think this deserves a few more points. I've scored at 82 up into that silver. I think that there's a really well-timed capture here. The horse is placed perfectly in the centre of jumping over. I really enjoy the movement that you've got in the grasses and at the bottom of the image there. That gives you the sense of the speed that the horse and jockey are moving at. The jockey's expression is really good as well. Again, not that I want to point out flaws, but I would have actually gone probably quite a bit higher if the crop wasn't quite as tight. It is a tight crop, but yeah, I think silver is well deserved here.
Catherine?
I gave this 75 and I'm probably comfortable there. The expression's fantastic, which is why I've popped it in bronze, but the background is really fighting what's going on, and there's just nowhere for the eye to land and show that moment.
Okay, anybody else? No, so back to you, Craig.
Okay. I might be out on my own here. I definitely agree about the background too. I still thought that the 82 was what I thought the image was worth. If you've got it in you to give it a few more points, that would be really nice.
And you've brought it up to 78 bronze award. Okay, do we do blank screen here, or we're going to do a couple of judge changes now, give you a bit of a break, Catherine, and we're going to bring Lizzie in, and we're going to swap out Tony Stewart for Tony Carter. Okay, can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Steve, you can challenge.
Thanks. I wanted to talk to this. I scored at 86, silver distinction. So the story here is I would say it's a sound technician or a roadie for a band. You see the sound case, the gear case next to him. He has been working from probably early hours in the morning, 2 or 3 in the morning, set up a gig. You can see some of the cables running next to him. That sofa will be a prop for the stage to have some plenary outbreak. Somebody's going to talk. He's put a towel underneath himself to separate his grimy clothes from there, but he's just completely fragged. There's a pack and save bag there which has got his supplies. He's got some some ready to go energy drinks in there just to keep him going, because he knows he's going to have to pack out later on the day. Love the horizontal lines. It's the repetitive nature of this sort of work, just coming down into him being perfectly positioned there. Great image, and yeah, totally good.
Okay, Tony Carter.
Yeah, I was on 77. I'll come up into silver. The subject matter is fantastic. The composition of it I find quite weak, really, to be honest. It sort of feels like it's just centrally weighted, and that foreground's not adding to it, and those horizontal lines are brilliant against the stripes of the couch. But I almost feel like I want to have the energy sort of leaving the top of the frame on the left, but you sort of pull back down into the guy because of the central nature of it. Why it's a square is beyond me.
Okay, anybody else? No, back to you, Steve.
Yeah, the composition works for me because of those repetitive lines, as I said. I think he's almost in a mesmerised state. It's just if you look at those too long, they start playing with your head. And I think that's the idea. He's completely exhausted. He's just seeing lines. He's seeing stars. He's really out to it. I think that if we had gone with landscape crop, there might have been something there which is basically in the way. There are people probably floating all around the place, and they decided this was the best crop for it. I think it's a really striking image. I think it's worth a silver at least, and if you can come to silver distinction, that'd be great.
Okay, rescore, please. Steve, you need to put the same score in. Good talking. Silver 83. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 74, which is professional standard. Steve, you have got a challenge if you wish to take it.
Yeah, I will. I scored the 78, so I think it's a bronze. There's enough emotion, enough connection and handling of the image to make me feel that the person is shooting above just professional standard. There are distracting elements and there is a lack of cohesion, but I love that it's intimate, bringing me into the the challenge or the pauwhiri that's going on. I think it's it's lovely handled subject.
All right, Lizzie, can we hear from you, please?
I just struggle with the cohesiveness of how each element came together. I looked at the end image and thought maybe this is about the man in the front and the relationship between like a younger brother or a sibling or something following him out, but I just couldn't find it. So I'm just really struggling to see how it all fits together and what it is that the photographer's trying to show with the three images.
Okay, does anybody else want to have a chat? No? Back to you, Steve.
Okay, well, I think I can give you a story. I think a lot of Māori youth have been disenfranchised. They haven't found their way back to their tūranga waiwai, that's correct, the land that they come from. I think to me, he's a young man that's come back. He's unsure of himself in this situation. He's at the rear of the guard being welcomed onto a pov and onto a marae. And I think he's found his home. So I know that I don't expect a silver, but I definitely think that there's enough there to give it a bronze. So please just come up a couple of points.
Judges rescore, please. Good talking, Steve. You've brought it up to 76, which is a bronze award. All right, our next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 79, which is a bronze award. Lizzie, you can challenge this.
Yeah, I mean, this little boy, he's on a sugar high. You go out there and it makes you feel happy, but then you stop and it's like, oh wow, this is actually really quite sad. He's been given something he loves, which is sugar, but no one's loved him back and taken care of him and taken care of his teeth and thing. It's quite striking, and I think it's definitely worthy of a silver.
What did you score it, Lizzie?
83.
Yeah. Okay, and on the other end, Craig.
It's me. Okay, I gave this a 62. I want to really like everything about this. I think the story is great. I think that the composition and expression is great, but there's just no sharpness anywhere really. So yeah, that's what kept me down on such a low score.
Hey, Tracy?
I hear what you say, Lizzie, about the sugar, but exactly this happened to my first set of teeth, and it was allergic to fluoride. So my mother made me brush my teeth, and my teeth dissolved exactly like this. So I had to have them all pulled out, extremely painful. So this might be a very loved child. It's hard to tell whether it's sugar or fluoride. That's caused the issue. I love this image. I love the, it gives a sense of poverty, even though it may not be. It might be love. The placement within the frame, the expression, everything is gorgeous. But like Craig, the sharpness in the eyes is beyond, pulling it up to a silver for me.
Tony, did you want to speak?
Yeah, I scored at 78. I'm going to sit comfortably there. I think, besides the sharpness, there is something that you can't figure out, and that is whether this kid's on the poverty line. You can guess it by the framing on the right, but you're not really getting enough information to tell us the story of why this boy is like this. So I think that's where it's lacking a bit. I think it's still worthy of an award, but yeah, the storytelling aspect of it is just let down by that a little bit.
Hey, Lizzie, back to you.
I mean, the focus is the teeth. I can see he's happy by his smile. I don't need to see his eyes. I can just need to see his smile. But it is the teeth that tell the story, and it doesn't matter what story. If it does make you happy, if it does make you sad, it creates an emotional response, and I think that should be rewarded.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, we have stayed on a 79, so this means, judges, you need to review either 79 or 80, please. $79, Bronze Award. Some good discussion there, judges. Right, next image, please. We have a score of 80, which is silver, and Tony, you can challenge it.
Okay, I scored at 85. This guy is some hillbilly reliving his youth, okay? I mean, he's got shorts on. Look at his concentration, look at this dirty bike. You can just about smell that heated mud on the engine of that thing. Yes, I used to do this in my youth, so I wouldn't expect you to understand this, Greg. But you might just have to believe me. Yeah, but I just see this man and his gaze. He's concentrating. He's just a real Kiwi male, reliving his youth. And I think it's quite powerful in its communication, but in a quiet way.
Okay, on the other end, Steve.
Yeah, I've probably been stingy. I've given it a 76. I think it's a really sharp, lovely image. Just felt the two boys up on the haystack weren't really as into it as the guy on the motorbike was, but he's captured beautifully. I hear what you're saying, Tony. Yeah, I'll come up to a silver.
Anybody else? Tracy? Yep.
I scored this 82. I think I'll be coming up. He is beautifully framed by the figures on the right and the left, and we've got that wonderful smoke and mud and everything, the action. It's very tricky lighting out there. It's quite severe lighting, and they've handled everything technically really well as well. So yeah, I'm happy to come up.
Okay, back to you, Tony.
Yeah, the kids on the silage bale on both sides gives it a balance, and yeah, I think they don't give a shit about the guy. I think the guy really cares about himself and reliving his youth, and these kids are just doing what kids do. But yeah, the lighting is shocking, but his energy and his enthusiasm is great. So silverwood distinction would be great, guys, if we can. Thank you.
Okay, judges, please rescore. All right, you've managed it. 85, silver distinction. Right, our next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 78. Tracy, you've got an elective challenge if you wish.
I scored this 84 again. Great capture, beautiful light to get it on his face, on the ball, and on the bat, on the racket. So the important elements are magnificently lit, and everything else goes into darkness. No, he's not looking at the ball, but he's so good at this, he can just look out of the corner of his eye. He has this amazing set of judgment. He knows at every second where that ball is. Lovely, strong composition, beautifully lit, a decisive moment. So, yeah, I think it should be rewarded with silver.
Okay, on the other end we have Steve.
I scored this a bronze 75. I think it is, it's a great capture. It's a professional image. The lack of detail on the shadow on his face sort of distracted me a little bit. I wanted to see something there. I felt his eye that you can see. You can just see a bit of white of it, and it just feels like it needs to be opened or closed, or this would have been a sequence. There would have been an image that just gave us a little bit more of his face. He just looks almost like he's meditative, and maybe that's their intention, but I feel like he needs a focused determination to really sell that image to me.
Okay, anybody else? No, back to you, Tracy.
Thanks for that. I don't think I can add anything more to that. Yeah.
Please rescore, judges. And we've stayed the same, 78, bronze award. Right. Next image, please. And judges, we've been given the hurry up. Okay, we have a score of 83, which is a silver award. judges, you're actually all pretty even. Does somebody give the photographer some comments, please? Who? Tony?
Tracy
Or
wants to do that.
Tracy?
Definitely deserving of the silver. Magnificent expression on the woman's face and the way she is cradled by her family. Yeah, in these circumstances, there's possibly not a lot more you could do to bring it up to a higher level, except perhaps a little bit more depth field at the front. But yeah, great capture. Well done.
Cool. Next image, please. Okay, we have a initial score of 78 bronze award. Steve, you may challenge.
Thank you. I scored this 86. I feel we should go up at least that high to offset the cost of the new camera. Look, this is a great take on a motorsport which can be pretty, very cliched. The dynamic, the explosion of dust and debris, and with just the spoiler disappearing into the distance. I think this is a perspective of maybe a child that got too close, or it's just so much drama for me that it definitely deserves to be a silver, and I think silver distinction. Great palette, great framing, yeah.
Craig.
Why am I always the bad guy? I scored this a 70. It's definitely well within that professional practice for me. I think technically it's done really, really well. Compositionally, it's really let down by the fact that half of the image is just taken up by that dead grass and those dandelions. If it was cropped up from the bottom, then the image would feel much more concise and about that car and about that dirt all being kicked up, which looks fantastic, but it's almost composed as an afterthought.
Okay, does anybody else? Lizzie?
I never thought a car photo would make me feel a little bit sad. I see those two little dandelions down in the bottom right corner, and they've been purposely left there because they've given us, if this, like this living modern cars come in and creates this tidal wave of mud and dirt, and it's just going to kill those little dandelions. And yeah, I think it's so wonderfully and simply shown. So I scored this at 83, and yeah, I'm happy to come up because I mean it's an emotional response that it gave me, and it's a car photo, and that says a lot. So well done to the photographer.
Tracy, giving me the eyebrows.
I scored this at 79, and thank you, Lizzie. What was holding me back were those two dandelions and the bright bit of soil at the bottom. But yeah, your analogy of these guys coming in and wrecking nature and destroying everything is, quite a powerful one. So thank you.
Okay, back to you, Steve.
Yeah, you can feel the noise and the tension for those dandelions. Thanks for that, Lizzie. It's like, yeah, they're about to be overwhelmed by man's intrusion again. And I think it's, even without that story, for me, it's so compelling with the explosive nature of the image. So please come up to a silver distinction.
Rescore, please. $85. Well done. Silver distinction. Right, we're going to have a judge change. Craig, you can have a break. And Christopher, would you like to come in, please? Righty-ho, can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Judges, you're all pretty similar. Can we have a comment for our photographer, please? Tracy?
Yeah, this is a good capture. It is a slaughter on there, 51-10. The girl on the right is chasing down the ball and she doesn't care that her boot has come off. I think it could be improved with some cropping on the left-hand side. I don't know that that last group of people is actually adding anything to the image.
Lovely, thank you. Right, our next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 74, which is a professional standard. Lizzie, you can challenge this if you wish.
Yeah, I'd like to see it get rewarded. I think that really drew me in was the plaster on her hand, and then the contrast with the this beautiful silver beat thing that she's carrying in. It says a real story of maybe she's ill health, and she's obviously at home in the garden and she's growing her own veggies to try and make herself with her health. And it really, even though she's not facing towards me and she's walking away, she's walking into her home, into the kitchen, she's a busy lady, but it just says so much about her with her little knickknacks and the way it's framed, and the bare feet, how close she is to earth. It's a really quite homely picture that I get in my head of this woman, and I can almost see her face without actually seeing her face and the sort of person that she is. So I think, yeah, it absolutely deserves an award.
Christopher, you're the other end.
I'm sure this is an image that means lots to the person who created it. They are in the moment, but as an objective person, the content is largely unfocused. There's just too much in there that's not telling us enough about this lady, or even if she has a condition. So I just think it's just not there.
Anybody else? No. Back to you, Lizzie.
Yeah, I mean, I see all the knickknacks, and it just reminds me of just a warm, friendly Nana that's also actually quite lonely and ill and doing the best that she can to get through life, and that it really says a lot to me. So, yeah, well done to the photographer.
Yep. Okay, judges, please rescore. We've stayed on a 74 professional standard. Thank you very much. Next image, please. Right, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Christopher.
This is one of those images where the sport moves on into ballet. Just the shape of the wave around the person, you've caught him as they've done a full turn. There's the surge behind on the left, and that's why there's so much weight given to it, because there's actually all the momentum coming from that side. He's about to come back into it, and he better be in control because he's about to get overwhelmed by it.
Tony.
Yeah, I'm on 67. I looked at it and I thought it looked like it was haloing around the guy and stuff rather than the water. So I thought technically that wasn't right. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but that's what it looks like to me. Like it's been cropped in and then overworked to get the sharpness, or something's going on there. So I just kept it down fairly low. And that's still how I feel. I love the way it is. The water wrapping around. It's fantastic in its composition, but leaked down technically for me.
Okay, anybody else want to talk to this? Okay, back to you, Christopher.
Again, I just thought the skull of water that's surrounding him, obviously he's come from one direction and he's about to return to it. And I just thought I know it is a motor-driven series, but I just think this is a peak of action shot, and I thought it was worthy of the category that I've given it. So I've given it 83. I thought it was worthy to be in that area.
Okay, judges, please rescore. And we've brought it up to a 78, which is still a bronze award. Congratulations. Thank you. Right, we're going to have a judge change. Lizzie, we're going to get you to pop off. Tanya, can you hop on, please? Okay, judges, next image, please.
Spoke about with the other tennis shots, with that beautiful shaft of light, and this time we've got all that wonderful expression to go with it as well. I love the placement of the figure within the frame with all that empty space to the left, that negative space. It just adds to it. I'm struggling to fault this, so yeah, I just think for a documentary image, the capture is just superb. They have got the moment, they have got the expression, they have handled technically everything just sublimely, so I'm sitting on 95. I'd love you to join me, at least in gold.
Okay, Christopher.
I think it's a worthy print too of honours and awards. It's just that if you've been in a situation where the Australian Open has the half-closed roof, or you get on the lip of it, it does this quite often, and unlike, say, some other images, there's not enough extra in there. There's no, the reflection, the silhouette, the shadows, there's none of that. It's just basically a shot of a man serving. But I do love the light, but it does happen all the time because we have those partially closed roofs.
Hey, anybody else want to speak to this?
My score was 86. Just to add to what I loved about this image, other than the obvious that Tracy has mentioned, is when I investigated in closely, it almost feels like the person is in space, like that blue background is like floating in space. It was quite stunning and surprising for me. But yes, and I really appreciated the graphic strength of this image and the way even if it's something you see often, Christopher, I still feel that the impact is magnificent, and happy to go up.
Tony.
I'm on 87, so that's a great score. I'm not moving away from that. I mean, what Christopher said is quite true. This does happen a lot, and we have seen a lot of this type of work. This is very good, so I'm not demeaning it in that way. But I feel that the graphic nature of that line from the left-hand corner up to the right, I find it's more about that graphic line than the actual energy of the man and what he's doing. So, you know, when you do see this type of work all the time, I've seen better of this, to my mind, but it's still a very, very good image. But I'm staying at silver distinction.
Okay, back to Tracy.
I'm still. We may see this a lot, and a stadium may cause this light shaft, but you still have to be in the right place at the right time and capture the right moment and be able to produce an image in post-production within a documentary limit, and it's a very difficult thing to do. And when we look at all the documentary images we've seen, I just think this, for me, is a standout, and yeah, I think it needs to be rewarded, and I'd love it if you guys could see to a gold.
Okay, rescore please. And we've moved to 87, which is still silver with distinction. Congratulations, photographer. Next image, please. Judges, just be aware that we are running behind time, so if we can keep our conversations without repeating and succinct, that would be great. Yeah, I was sort of... Okay, we're just swapping Catherine for Tony. Okay, we have a score of 78, which is a bronze award, but we can challenge this, and Catherine, I'm afraid it's Christopher.
Yes, I think this is worthy of the category that I scored it as 83. I thought it was easily in there. The problem you're always going to have is if you do insist on giving us multiple images, they'll be all rated up against each other. There's some absolute classics in here. Absolute classics. Telling the story of a child's life on a farm. You know, a little child's life on a farm without doing the obvious and having animals there. We have machinery, but, you know, the animals are kept to 1 or 2 frames. It's a really clever idea. And it's so tenderly done because it's, you know, there's no brutalism here. It's just, this is what the child grows with. And I think it's a great storytelling moment.
Okay, we can now hear from Steve.
I was down on 74, high professional standard. I was distracted by so many elements which felt like they were not really adding to the story. It just felt like it distracted for me. I felt like the series may be stronger if it was fewer images, and none of them really strike me as like, wow, that's an amazing image hidden in there. So Christopher, I'm definitely listening to you, but I need to hear a bit more of a narrative.
Catherine.
I scored this 82, and for me it's a clearly in that silver for this is a study on exploration and learning of the simple things of life, as Christopher says, on a farm, and it's those moments. There needs to be many images here to tell that story. We've got the child is learning from the different people in the child's life, and there's many frames to tell that. The image middle left, fantastic image in itself with the sign and the cat and the tyres, and then the you know, there's just quirks in here. There's real quirks. The feet with the 2 different socks and sort of that arcing anchoring of the back of the chair in there as well. You know, I probably would have gone higher if the bottom left image does let it down a little bit for me, but I still feel that in terms of storytelling and tying everything in together, it's been well handled.
Okay, back to you, Christopher.
If I was judging this in another category, I would say, have we created an heirloom, something that people will absolutely want when they're adults? They'll fight over, this is an heirloom, this is a day in the life of this family, and those children will fight like hell to make sure one gets it, not the other. The 3 images on the right are perfect. They're absolutely perfect. They're almost getting up towards the gold level. So I think that's worthy of being at least in the silver category. The tenderness there.
Judges, please rescore. Christopher, you need to put your score in the same place. And we've come up to a score of 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Right, we're going to have a judge swap. Tracy, would you like to have a break? And Tony, would you like to step in, please? Okay, next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 74. Steve, you're up.
Okay, I scored this an 80 for a silver. It's frozen in time. It's well captured, lights handled well. But the thing that sells it for me are the expression on the rider's face and the horse's face. They feel like to me they're diametrically opposed. The rider is like, oh, holy, and the horse is like, no, I've got it, mate, just relax. And I love that interplay between them, that the horse knows what it's doing. I like the repeated lines and the depth of field.
Okay, at the other end, Catherine, Christopher or Tony?
I'll do it. I gave this 72, and the main thing for me is her face being impeded by the horse's ear, and perhaps I could have forgiven that a little bit if the composition had been a bit more dynamic, but the two in conjunction with each other just hold me down there.
Okay, anybody else? No, back to you, Steve.
Yeah, I saw that and I thought it didn't matter to me. The face, there's enough of her face, or the rider's face, to be able to tell that they're present and they're a little bit anxious about this particular manoeuvre. And I think the composition is accentuated by the photographer being front on with a telephoto. I think that adds to it. It separates the horse and rider from the background nicely, so the subject is held in suspense mid-air. I think there's enough to definitely reward it with a bronze, but I think it's worth a low silver.
Okay, judges, can you please rescore? And we've stayed on a 74, which is a high professional standard. Well done. Okay, Steve, we're going to give you a break. And Esther. Esther. Welcome to the judges panel. Okay, next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Essa, you can challenge this if you wish.
Okay, I've given this an 83. Now, I guess what I'm drawn to is that strength and that power, and the photographer has captured that so beautifully. That tension with her hand behind her back, the tonality, there's so much going on for it, which I think it definitely deserves a silver in that category. I'm aware that she's framed by around her head by that square window behind her, which is an interesting positioning, but I like the way that that's actually lit up that area as well, and with those stray hairs and things coming through, which adds to that tension.
Hey, Tony.
Look, and for the same reasons I was 75. I think that window is its strength, but also its weakness. I'm enjoying that at the top, though. You've got the what appears to be like a motion blur, but it's not. It's with the lighting, with the weights. I think that's quite a feature of the shot that is dragging us up. But there's definitely strength in the arm that's been well captured, and I do agree with that.
Okay, anybody else? All right, back to you, Esther.
I don't really have anything more to add, to be honest, other than I think that it is worthy of a silver.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, we've brought that up to an 80, silver award. Congratulations. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 73, which is a professional standard. Oh, sorry, bronze. No, it's come up with professional standard. Yeah, that's right, eh? Yes, sorry, I might need lunch now. Right. Does anybody want to give the, Catherine, sorry.
Sorry, I'll comment. Yeah, the real interesting character here and an interesting scene, but I am the most attracted to his shirt and not his face, which is really what I'd want to, to be drawn into his face and just held in there. There's a lot of bright elements in here that fight for attention.
Thank you. Right, next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Catherine, you've got a challenge if you want it.
Yeah, I gave this an 80. In terms of it's striking. It gave me a sense of an abrupt kind of slowing down of things as we come around I'm assuming around the corner and then in there, and it's the unintended. And then there's this held reflection in there that gives me a feeling of sort of stillness, really rich colours, and a great energy to it.
Okay, at the other end, Christopher.
The one eye-opener for anyone who rides motorcycles or drives at this level, the two great things you've captured are both participants are actually looking where they're going, even though they know they're not going to ever get there. But your cropping's poor. There's so much speed going out one side, but you've decided to put your image in the centre.
Okay, anybody else? No, back to you, Catherine.
Yeah, I guess the only thing to address there probably for me is the cropping. You know, in terms of the sense of place in the landscape, we've got these diagonals created from the still water in the foreground, the diagonal created from the dust behind, and then the diagonal in the landscape. If we crop those elements out, we are not held in as much. It sort of has an innovative feel to it in that sense.
Okay, judges, please rescore. And we've stayed on a 76 bronze award. Well done. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 83, which is a silver award. Tony.
I don't choose to.
You don't choose to? Okay. You actually were exactly the same score, so yep.
Fantastic drama in this image, beautifully composed, quite quirky when you look at the patterns of the shirt and then the sand or mud flying up. It's like they're flying off the shirt. I love that I could find the end of the club on the right hand side. The balance of dark and light is really beautiful. I think it's a really masterfully captured image, and I'm asking you to consider silver distinction.
Okay, Christopher.
Look, I feel like you've worked under extremely trying circumstances. This is midday light, and yet you've tortured the contrast range, probably to get detail in that mist area where the sand and the grit has been thrown. You've done a really good job here under really trying conditions. I don't see this going up next category because what's missing is the reaction of the fans behind. They're sitting in black.
Okay, Catherine.
I gave this 83, so it's pretty close, and actually the lack of the reaction of the fans spoke to what to me is that individual pursuit of a mind game in sport perfectionism, and that drive to really concentrate. And then when you get in there, the face coming up to the ball there, that real precision to detail there, and just the quality of all the little speckles that just give that energy around the player do add to it. I would be happy to see it go up a couple of points.
Okay, back to you, Tanya.
Yeah, I think the excitement about this image is that there's lots to explore, and then at the pinnacle we have of the movement, we have the ball, and then beautifully balanced like a triangle with that down to the tip of the club and to the person, and there's great expression there, total concentration, probably in a bit of a sticky spot, and I think it all works really well. And I think the black adds the impact. It helps us focus on the person.
Okay, rescore, please. $85, silver distinction. Well done. Next image, please. We have a score of 82, which is a silver award. Tanya, you
yeah,
can
sure.
challenge this.
My score was 86. I had an immediate emotional response to this image. I think the author, or the photographer, has really thought about what images to show us here. I love the honesty and the rawness of it. The kids with the wet hair, and just like that mateship, friendship, and then the I think it's very quirky that the last images are of the feet, and then the dog in the background looking on. I think it has a really raw and beautiful sense of youth and childhood, and I love it. I love its the way it's been put together.
Okay, on the other end, Catherine.
Yeah, I was on 78 with this, and I'll probably go straight to the thing that's held me back, which is the lack of expression in that central frame did let me down. The tension to the edge on the left and right, I think, are really successful, but that central image for something that should be moving feels very static. I do recognise I'm probably a little bit mean, and I'll come up a wee bit.
Okay, Christopher.
There seems to be a fascination in our culture with three, the number of three, and this is a dead cert case where 2 would have been perfect. The first image was shot maybe at a different time, the sky's different, the rendition's different, but the next 2, if they were just there side by side, the humour level is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. It would easily be silver distinction, but your first image is letting the side down.
Okay, back to you, Tanya.
Yeah, thanks for your comments. The first image, what I was most captivated about that one is just the way that the person on the left is just observing what's going on, and where the tail is actually pointing towards the person. It's like it's almost connecting with the tailbone of the person. It just has a little quirky element to it. I found that really interesting. And the centre one really, for me, it's showing the joy of just playing around and having fun, and I think that's what's really powerful about the second image. And then they're really beautifully. The centre image is really beautifully. What would you say? Supported by the images on on the left and the right.
Yeah. Judges, please rescore. Good talking. We have an 85, which is silver distinction. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Esther, you've got a challenge if you wish it.
I gave this an 82. I'm drawn into her character. There's a real sense of loss, and it's so desolate. And I think that it's just an incredibly sad and poignant image. She's waiting, and we don't know what for, but it just reeks of despair and sadness. And the fact that it's been presented in monochrome as well, I think, strengthens all of those elements that are coming in, the graphic elements from the side as well. So, I think it's worthy of a silver, guys.
Okay, we can hear from actually Catherine.
Yeah, I was at the other end on 71, and what holds me back is the brightness in the bags and her shirt and all the surroundings. And you're right in that's the desolate nature it does speak to, and I find the story is in her toes, which tells a lot, and I almost wish I was just looking a little bit closer in, because the surroundings are fighting for the attention.
Okay, anybody else? No, back to you, Esther.
Yes, you're right, Catherine. The story is in her toes. That's a really pivotal point of this particular image, but I think that adds to the overall feel of sadness, as I said before. So, Silver? Let's see where it goes, guys.
Okay, your scores, please, judges. We have a 76, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. Okay, next image, please. We have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Catherine, you can challenge this.
Yeah, I gave this 84. Those plaits alone have got to be worth a little bit more. The plaits, you know, giving the energy, but then when you get into the person's face, wow, like that is some serious focus, and that is what this, you know, the sport is all about. In terms of technical handling and under quite trying conditions, with the brightness, we are seeing exactly what we want to see, with enough information in the background to give us a sense that this is, you know, a competition of some description as well.
Okay, Tanya, you're on the other end.
Yeah, I felt that the image was a little bit tight, and for obviously there's movement, but it feels like the bike's like the rider's actually very still, even though we've got the, you know, the drama of the plaits. So I think it's just the cropping that was the only thing.
Okay, anybody else? Tony?
I'll go in a bit behind Catherine there for silver at 81. So I think there's almost like a cartoon quality that sports events have been transposed to something a little bit more. Something about this doesn't quite add up, but it's actually really funky because of that. And the pigtail afterburners, it's almost sort of like Supergirl or something. I like that kind of element to it.
Yeah, Catherine, back to you.
Supergirl, just a few points to squeak it up into silver maybe.
Okay, judges, can you please rescore? It's good talking, Catherine. You've got an 81 silver award. Congratulations, photographer. Right, we're going to have a swap. Christopher, do you want to have another break? And Craig, can we pry you out of that chair and into a judge's chair, please? All right, next image, please. She's her own person, so you are floating one. Yes, if you stay with floating one. You know this image? Okay, Tracy, can you step in for Esther, please? Okay, we have a score of 74, which is a professional standard. Tracy, did you want to challenge this? Okay, righty-ho. Comment for the photographer, please. Tanya?
Yeah, I think just having 4 images, it makes, and them all being quite far away, it's quite challenging to actually see into them, and just looking for perhaps more impact in the storytelling. Yeah, there's some distractions with the hands in the first one, and then the shoulder in the second one.
Okay, thank you. Next image, please. She's going to come off soon. She will want to soon. Have we got Okay, we have a score of 74, which was professional standard. Judges, you're all pretty close. Who would like to have a chat to the photographer about this? Tony? Yeah.
I thought straight away there was a sort of an allusion here to space and astronauts, which I loved. However, the task of the racing car driver, yes, we can see him getting ready, but we're probably just lacking a little bit of impact as to just we can get a sense of it in the first image and the sort of the emotion and the preparation through that. So a little bit more of that human element as opposed to purely describing the kit.
Okay, next image, please. We have a score of 87, which is silver distinction. Judges, you're all pretty up there, mostly. Can we have a chat to the photographer about this image, please? Anybody? Tony? Yeah. You're all pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fabulously composed, amazing how there is the balance of the person in the light coming out of the dark, a beautiful triangular shape from the 3 elements of the face, the racket and the ball. Yeah, beautifully captured and masterfully presented to us.
Okay, Tanya, we're going to give you a break. Lizzie, you're up. Okay, next image, please. Here, go for it. This one. No, I don't drink it. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Can we have a comment from Lizzie for the photographer, please?
Yeah, I just really enjoyed what this photograph represented of this woman just coming in and just saying, you know, screw you. Yeah, well placed with your where you are to capture that.
Cool. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, I'm going to be tracing for Esther. Right, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Craig, would you like to have a chat to the photographer about this image, please?
Yeah, I thought that the loneliness of this guy celebrating probably a win was quite fun, and yeah, well done on capturing that quite nicely. For improving it, perhaps a little bit more space in the composition to give a more complete outline of the car.
Cool, thank you. Yes, we're going to give you a break, and Tracy, can you hop in, please? And our next image, please. Okay. Yes, we'll bring him in. Yep. Okay, we have a score of 85, which is silver distinction. Judges, you're all about the same, but Tony, would you like to have a few words to our photographer?
Love to. I think this is an image that has been set up by the photographer by knowing their sport, by knowing their kit, and to have all those riders sharp when you know that they're going fast. They're almost like puppets suspended, and I think it's a very, very admirable capture. So, and with that, the curve of the background coming down, you kind of know that there's a sense of place with that as well. So brilliant, love it, well done.
Thank you.
Was I just commenting? I was
Yeah, you're
silver
just
distinct.
commenting.
Yeah, I was.
Judges, you're all about the same.
88, I
So
think.
Tony was just
Yeah,
slightly
sorry, I was
above
commenting.
everyone.
Yeah.
Okay, can we have our next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 74, which is professional standard. Are we happy with that? Yep, perfect. Tracy, do you want to give some feedback to our photographer, please?
Really enjoyed the child mimicking the father or the adult at the back. Perhaps a little more space at the bottom. The child's and the timber at the bottom is touching the frame uncomfortably, and there's a lot of space at the top. So, yeah, just cropping would help.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Next image, please. We have a score of 77. Catherine, you can challenge this if you wish.
Yeah, I just popped this in at silver with an 80. There's some serious quirk to this, and that is why I've brought it in there. Just in terms of an everyday moment, which I'm assuming is an everyday moment at a special event, such as a wedding or something. There's just some bizarreness to this kid with his little cob of corn. You know, he's been given something off the barbecue, off the adult menu, and he's just not happy. Just that sort of central placement and just being framed by just the grass. There's some real quirkiness to that. I'd love to see it come up a little bit.
Okay, at the other end, which is a bit hard because you're all on the same, who would like to talk? You should go, Tony.
Yep, for same qualities noted, I was 76. I love the fact that this child is isolated. Mum, well, could be anyone but a female figure walking away. There's what looks like a male figure in the background. There's a nice sort of funky balance going on there where the adults have had enough of this carrying on. However, that lower left, I'm finding there's a void, there's a gap that's just been drawn away, that's taking my eye away from where it needs to be. Would some vignetting and dodging and burning help this? Yes, I believe it would take it into that range for me.
Cool. Right, back to you, Catherine.
Yeah, in the documentary category where post-production techniques are really limited, you know, we are being drawn into that figure, and the girl running away, I think just that hand, the foot up like that, which gives us this like, I'm getting out of here, the baby's crying.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, we've ended up on a 78, which is a bronze award. Well done. All right, our next image, please. You want to change your score? Okay. Unlock. Okay, we currently have a score of 90, which is a gold award. Catherine, you lead the pack.
Sweet. Yay. Okay, I gave this 95. You know, in terms of, it's so powerful. The objectification is the theme that I get running through this. And this is really cleverly achieved by the loss of heads in a lot of these. You know, the cut off of body parts, just the sort of dissection of things. And then throughout these, as you look through them, there's a series of different words that add to that. That bottom image, second and from the left, with stunning. And then just alluding to where we are, you know, promotional vodka. There's so many elements in here, and with 12 images, every single image in itself is strong to delivering this message. And technically, under the harsh lighting, it's really well brought together.
Okay, Lizzie, you're at the other end.
Yeah, I definitely see all that, and I'm seeing the cut-off heads and the, you know, the objectifying stuff. I just think less would have been more. There's a couple of images there, like the top right hand image. There's a couple of repetitive kind of nature ones. I just think individually they're wonderful and they tell a story, but I just think doesn't have the cohesiveness to bring it all together to give me that impact that I really, really want to have. Yeah.
Okay, Tony.
I scored an 83, by the way.
Sorry, Tony, you're...
I'm 91, and it's not going to be a hard sell to go higher for this, and I'm really... this is a masterclass in storytelling where we've got 12 images, and you've got to get them right to make it work, and full credit to this photographer. Each image does offer something different, with the cut-off heads and the hands. Well, I'm not going to say it on internet, but there's a reason why that hand might be there. Do you know what I mean? And you could perhaps think it through as to what this lone gentleman might be there for in this sort of context. That's an Asian flesh trade. We've got this woman have been objectified. They have been there for this one man. Look at his face. He is there, without making too much of a judgment, he doesn't look the most pleasant of characters. He's there to oogle over these women. For the category that we're looking at is to document and to learn. You get a sense of being here without ever having been there.
Okay, Craig.
Yeah, I'm in support of this as well. I scored 91. I'm definitely doesn't need much to convince me to come up. I do think individually, almost all of these images are really beautifully crafted. The light, despite being harsh, has been very well handled. Compositionally, they're all very strong. And I think the weaker of the images for me are the ones that actually tell more of the story and are worthy of inclusion in a 12-image piece. So, yeah, I think that it's a very strong
Okay, and we're going to Tracy now.
I scored this a 90, and I'll be coming up to a distinction. I think, they are beautifully crafted images, and they do tell a fabulous story. So.
Okay, back to Catherine.
All right, so just in terms of that top right image, you know, every piece of the body, these women's bodies are being objectified, including their feet, and that also compositionally brings us back into the images. I'd also like to acknowledge the space that is being given in between each of these images, because there's a lot going on in them, so it lets each image shine individually, but together it tells a story. This is definitely one of these pieces that makes your heart beat faster, and I'd love to see it rewarded with gold with distinction.
Judges, rescore please. Congratulations to the photographer, 96, gold distinction. Right, next image please. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Craig, you can challenge this.
Yeah, I think the strength in this for me is you look at the man-made elements around this person and her fruit, and everything is kind of crumbling, it's grey, but the thing that is giving us life is full of colour, the food that sustains us, and the person here that is alive is brightly coloured in red clothing. So just that juxtaposition I thought was a really nice little bit of storytelling and deserving of a silver.
Okay, Catherine or Tony, you are both the same, so who would like to? Tony? Yep.
Yeah, look, that's right. We've got a travel documentary here, which is, for those reasons, is well seen. I'm looking, though, at the brightness of the fruit and bananas that's taking away from what should be the central character. So as a portrait study of the vendor, I'm being sort of dragged and lost by that, and particularly so by that banana. So to me, it's more about the distraction from the central purpose of this person, combined with that lens choice, with that parallax.
Okay, anybody else? Right, back to you, Craig.
Okay. I think the brightness for me, I think if we think about humanity, the food is what sustains us, and it's the most important thing. So it kind of draws my eye there first, then I look at the person, and then I look at the kind of the wasteland and the destruction around her. So it works compositionally for me. So yeah, a few more points would be nice.
Okay, rescore please, judges. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Right, next image, please. Right, we have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Tracy.
I scored this in 83. I think it's a solid silver. I do recognise that the hand at the top is very closely cropped, but I think everything else has been beautifully handled and worthy of a mess. Like a silver, I think it's better than a bronze. But.
Okay, Craig, you're at the other end.
Yeah, I really enjoy the tonality of this. I think that the moment is pretty striking. I just struggle with that tight composition, and I would probably like to see the ball in there somewhere too.
Anybody else? No? Okay, back to Tracy.
I'm listening. I hear what you're saying. I was probably out on a limb, but yeah, I think it's a worthy of the discussion.
Right, please rescore. We've stayed on a 78 bronze award. Well done. Okay, next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 79 bronze, and Tracy, you can take this challenge.
Boy, I'm out on a limb again. I'm on 85. This tugged at my heartstrings. It tells a beautiful story of a woman who's a strong woman. You look at her hands, she looks like she may be a woman of the earth. She may be on a farm. She has those types of hands. She has what looks like skin cancer on her head. She's been outdoors most of her life. I would say her partner's died. She's on her own. She's gone from, the chairs either side. She no longer has that family there with her or that partner. And she's contemplating and struggling on her own. And I think it tells a beautiful story of a strong woman carrying on.
Okay, at the other end is Tony Stewart.
75, and look, for those reasons I've slid it into bronze to recognise that story of isolation, being left behind and the likes there. For me to go higher, look, there's a disparity of tonality amongst the images. We've also got a disparity of crop around the head. I'm also working out the first few images is, okay, she's cooking tea. What is each one contributing to the message? Whereas that sense of loneliness, I get it in the last couple in particular, where there's a sense of space and isolation. I think it could be done with less, and that's the risk of coming with a series, that each thing has to add something new that the previous image doesn't, and I do think there's some there that repeat that message.
Okay, Catherine.
I give this 80, and I would have come up higher if it had potentially been less images, because I think there is some real strength in the sadness and the simplicity of that. And it's a very commonplace story in that regard that has been presented. Top right, and bottom middle, to me, all really portray that sense. I think it would be a shame to see it sitting on 79. Would love to see it go up a little bit, because there is some real power in that. And really, I think the story of this particular woman is this is someone who's used to doing things for a lot of people. And, look at that great big plate of food she's got in the bottom there, and now suddenly she finds herself on her own. And it does, this is one of those series where it is about how it makes you feel, and it brings that quite strongly.
Okay, back to Tracy.
I think what Tony talked about, the repetitiveness. The first one is preparing the food. The second one is about nourishment, drinking milk to keep her bones strong, because women often suffer from that. The third one is, looking out maybe at the farm, thinking about all the things she has to do tomorrow. The next one, she's dishing up a huge meal. This is, most elderly people wouldn't eat a meal that large. But she has to go out and work. She needs lots of sustenance, and she knows it to keep going. Then there's her lonely at the table by herself without the others, and perhaps the last one, but it's contemplating. I think each one does add something to the story.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Good talking. We have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Right, next image, please. We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Judges, you're all fairly consistent. Craig, do you want a few words for our photographer? No? Okay. Anybody for the photographer? Tony? Yeah.
Like I think the moment is magic when you've caught this sport and you've got the central characters in focus and well controlled with shutter speed. A really strong point to watch is your straightening.
Cool, thank you. Right, we're going to have a judge change. Lizzie and Tracy, thank you. And can we have Tony Carter and Esther, please? Right, next image, please. We have a score of 74, which is a professional standard. Craig, do you want to take the challenge?
Okay.
Yep.
Why not? I've scored the 78. I thought it was just the humour of this just made me think that it was deserving of an award. There's this little person that's kind of hiding from the lecture hall, saying, "Don't make me go in there," and I just really enjoyed that. So yeah, if we can creep it up into a bronze, that would be really awesome.
Tony Stewart.
I wasn't too sure of the purpose behind the storyline, and I'm not too sure the child sort of in the League of Lectures. I thought there was a wee bit of uncertainty about that. At the bottom left, I'm being dragged out with whatever that thing is there. That cropped out, I could perhaps believe it.
Okay, Tony Carter.
Yeah, I'm on 76, and I think it's of award standard. I think it's quite quirky. It's just a kid being a kid, being stupid. But I think the graphic nature of it is quite beautiful. I don't actually mind that, the left-hand side of it. I sort of feel it pulls me around. And I think it's just very well framed and well seen and well captured.
Okay, back to you, Craig.
Yeah, I do enjoy the graphic nature of it as well. The squares of the door and the balance of the window on that side. Yes, I would like to see a little crop up from the bottom and get rid of that thing on the left. But I think the use of negative space has been quite brave as well. So yeah, bronze award, please.
Okay, judges rescore. Well done, you've brought that up to 76, bronze award. Right, next image, please. We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Judges, you're all about similar. Congratulations to the photographer. Who would like to have a chat? Craig.
Yeah, I really enjoy this. When I first looked at it, I was kind of a little bit confused because the horse is not the focus of the image, and then you look at the background and see all of those faces, but that person which is having a great time and celebrating, perhaps has won some money, is lit perfectly. I think to maybe raise the score a little bit, I feel like there's a lot of colour in here, and perhaps monochrome would be a little bit more of a successful treatment of this one.
Okay, thank you. Next image, please. We have a score of 84, which is a silver award. I can have challenges from either Catherine or Tony Stewart. Cool.
I'm so pleased to have got this on my watch because on the run through it stood out for me. We've got an image here that harks back to those masters, those European photographers, the Cartier-Bressons and the like from days gone by, that grainy, black and white, based on film, street documentary, shot from the hip. I don't know whether the photographer here has done that, but it has that very strong graphical elements that you'd expect to see in that work. We've got the triangular nature of the faces, one looking in, one looking out. We've got the bubbles, there's a series of those and threes there. We've got the triangle formed by the line, which I'm guessing is the street performer, the chap there with that must make these bubbles. You've got interaction between young and old, the sort of the joyfulness of youth. The guy behind doesn't actually look that fussed with it. Yep, the horizon's not straight, I get it. But I certainly think all those other elements are worthy of consideration. Silver distinction.
Okay. Can hear from either Craig or Esther as the lower scoring judges.
I think maybe I've scored this a little bit harshly. I have got technical Craig is in the room, and the horizon really bothers me. But I do really enjoy all of the other elements, so I can maybe forgive that and come up.
Tony Carter?
Yeah, I mean, I scored it on the average of 84 and I'm coming up to 88. I think, who cares about the horizon? It's, these frames within frames, it's sort of almost like, it feels like a dark movie or something. It just has a real moody feel. It has a surrealness and a strangeness to it, and I think that's what attracts me to it. I mean, all these, that bubble framing the girl, the man staring at the camera behind, just the moody clouds that sort of pull you in there and keep you there. I think it's something you have to sit with for a while, but when you do, I think it's, it grows on you, and I think it's definitely a silver of distinction.
Okay, Catherine.
I was on 87, and yeah, the only thing I have to add, I mean, I love the surreal weirdness of this, but each of those characters is either half in that bubble framing, or the girl is walking out of that bubble, and then the boredom of the guy at the back. That's the real fantastic piece that sort of draws it all together. Just the diversity of expressions in this, and just the innovation and originality in this presentation.
Okay, back to Tony Stewart, please.
Let's be clear, I would have been asking for gold if it was to do with, if it wasn't for the horizon line, the clutter in the face. So silver distinction is the concession that I'm prepared to make, and I want you guys to do the same. Those intersecting lines are what ties it all together. We have got street photography that we don't see a lot of in this country, done here to an extremely high standard, which is totally within what we're expecting to see in this category. We need to reward it, please.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Congratulations to the photographer, 87 silver distinction. Right, our next score, please. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 73, which is a professional standard. You have a challenge there if you'd like, Esther? No? Okay. Somebody for a comment for the photographer, please. Anybody? Tony? Thank you.
Look, if it helps, devastation aside, which is clearly something that is never good. The purpose of the picture, I'm looking for a little bit more to centre my attention on beyond just the obvious stack and the loss of sort of the roof line. But there's also quite a bit of movement there. I suspect this may have been shot from a vehicle. So I thought it might have been in some water in a creek in the river behind, but it's actually in the hills as well. So just a little bit of technical control would have helped.
Okay, thank you. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Judges, you're all about the same. Can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Let's pick Tony Carter.
I scored a lot, so I prefer not to.
Okay. Oh, yeah, you're true. Okay, Catherine.
Yeah, I was right on the average there. I guess I feel like it's a what I would expect from this scene, and it's not bringing more than I would expect, and that's probably what's holding me back from bringing it any higher. Potentially from this frame to bring that crop in tighter might add to the tension and energy in the capture.
Thank you. Can we have the next image, please?
So we have a score of 74, professional standard. We'll accept that. That's pretty average. Catherine, would you like to say something to the print?
Great moment of the child. I think it's a little bit busy in terms of the child and then what's going on in the background. It doesn't sort of give a clear picture of the story in terms of is he just goofing around or is this actually a game? So it's a little bit unclear like that.
Thank you. Next print, please. So we've got an initial score of 80. That's a silver. Is that you? Okay. Sorry.
That's all good. Okay, so I scored this 86, and I scored it 86 for the shape in the composition, which I think is really strong. The person, the racket, the ball, but also that impact of the dust from the hit. That you can see the power there. You can see the lines and shapes of the muscles and the sweat. So yeah, I thought that this was a great image of this tennis player, and 86 is my score.
Okay, and Catherine or Esther at the other end?
Yes, I'm right down the other end. I gave this 74. I'm really enjoying the tension and the energy in that left-hand side with the player. And the dust, I think that's beautiful too, but I'm really struggling with the highlight area behind the racket, which I think should be a pivotal part of this particular image. But I'm listening, people.
Okay, Tony S., you're up there. Have you got?
Yeah, I'm on 83. The light up above with the windows and it shining through the racket, I actually don't mind that. I think it doesn't just distract enough for me to keep the score down, but I think it is all about the energy and the lighting and just that separation with the ball and him giving it a fair whack. I think it's all there for a silver. I don't think I could go any higher, but yeah, I think it's all about the energy and the lighting.
Okay, Craig, would you like to sum that up?
Yep. So yeah, the highlights, Tony, I agree. I don't mind those at all. I feel like that kind of central highlight in the racket there is like almost like the impact point where the ball hit. And yeah, as you said as well, the light. I think that definition and toning that you can see from the light is really well done. So if we can't come up to a distinction, at least come up to a silver.
Okay, please rescore. And that's 83 silver. Next print, please.
Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Tony Carter, you can challenge.
Yeah, I'm on 82. I normally, when there's a lot of elements in a picture like this, all the photos, down the hallway there, I probably normally prefer it to be sharp, but I think it's, her life, coming towards the end of her life, and it sort of just recesses nicely and quietly down to her, leaving the frame. The brightness at the end there is quite beautiful. Her placement, the red around her waist, pretty easy story to read. I think it's been handled quite well, and I think there's enough story there for it to be a silver.
Okay, Catherine, yep.
I was on 73. It feels a very kind of literal presentation, perhaps a bit obvious, compositionally very weighted to the top. I think the length of the hallway is purposeful, but I don't feel it's been successful as it kind of just draws us up to the top. The door handle on the right-hand side is really dominating as well, and something that could be sort of a bit more gentle.
Okay, anybody else? Back to Tony Carter.
Maybe the door handle is dominating because you're on that side. If you look at it straight on, it's not dominating at all. Maybe you should have come around a bit further and looked at it from a different angle. No, I get that. I mean, I actually think that the door handle actually holds you in from falling out the edges of that. But yeah, I just find it quite alluring, and I like that you can't see her face. And it could be anybody's grandmother, sort of, in isolation in a house, lived her life and her histories on the wall, but this picture's all about her.
Okay, please rescore, judges. We have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Congratulations, photographer. Right, we're going to have a bit of a judge change. Can we have Lizzie, Richard and Steve for Catherine, Craig and Tony Stewart?
I see you've actually come back, Richard.
Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Tony, you can challenge this one.
I left my button on green from last time. Yes, I scored at 82. I know that this is a set thing that people do at the end of the race when they're on it, but I think his body positioning and where the champagne is spraying, the twist in his body, that his face turned in the right direction, but the main thing to me is he looks like he doesn't really give a shit that he's won. He's just hardcore racing man, and there's no joy in this. It's quite a steeliness to it, and all the colours there work well, which I guess that's what all these team sponsorship things are about. But I think it's worthy of a silver.
Okay, Lizzie, you were down the other end.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to see what he was spraying the bottle at, and see more on the outside of the image. But I think you've actually summed up there quite well. It is actually just about him, and he's won, and that's his moment. He doesn't care about anyone else, so it's right. It should just be him. So yeah, I mean, I'll come up to a bronze.
Anybody else? Richard.
Yeah, I'm hearing everything that everyone's saying, but I do tend to agree with you, Lizzie, on the attention is very much directed over to the left-hand side of the frame, and there's a couple of issues I have with connection, and that's what he's, just by his body language and his lower half of his expression, he's definitely directing his attention and he's connecting with something, but we can't see it. And that's also just sort of reduced quite a bit by the fact we can't see his eyes. So for me, there's some great textures and some interest in here, but for me it's all about the connection, which has kept me down a bit lower than you, Tony. I was sitting on 74.
Okay, back to you, Tony.
He is squirting that at the losers. That's what you do. You squirt the losers, and that's what these guys are like. They're seriously competitive people. Like seriously competitive. They on the track. They're competitive, and that's what he's doing. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. 82.
Okay, please rescore, judges. Thankfully, you've got no champagne, Tony. 78, Bronze Award. Okay, next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a Bronze Award. And Steve, would you like to challenge that?
Sure. I scored this 85, silver distinction. I just am completely absorbed by the expression on the the baby's face. It's the first moment of breath for a new human. And they look alien. They're doing that transformation from being inanimate to being completely alive and filling their lungs. I just think, I know that it's a bit hot on a couple of areas and all that sort of stuff, but documentary, this is capturing a really unique moment really well. The face is perfectly captured and it's so much character there. Yeah, I think it's worth a silver at least. Silver distinction is where I'm.
I can hear from either Lizzie, Richard or Esther. Richard?
I agree with you, Steve. There's some incredible detail in the centre of the image. I really enjoy the ripples of the water, that bluish purple umbilical cord, the detail on the face, the expression. And I guess for me, I'm let down a little bit for what I see around the outside of the image, and that's the heavy vignetting, or contrasted by that those really bright areas. And I think a tighter crop would have brought me more into that expression and that detail, because for me that's what this image is about, and I'm just pulled away by what's around the outside.
Okay, anybody else? All right, back to you, Steve.
Thanks, Richard. Tighter crop, I think we'd lose the arms, the support, the people around the baby. I agree about the water and the umbilical cord, it's pumping life into it. I think the vignette adds to this image. It draws your eye into the centre. It takes away some of the distraction of the arms around, but shows that they're still there and welcoming this child into the world. It's definitely a silver distinction, I think.
Okay, can we please rescore? We have a 78 bronze award. Well done. Okay, can we have a change? Craig, can you just... Okay, next image, please. We have an average of 74, which is professional standard. Can we have a comment from Richard, please?
There's plenty of interest in this in terms of the devastation, and especially when I thought I've seen it all, being there myself. But to bring it just a little more out of that professional range into that award range, just a little bit more control of the image. The motion blur of the leaves does kind of pull me to inspect that a bit more, and the details are lost in the roof.
Okay, thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Esther, you can... No? Okay. Can we have a comment from Steve? Thanks.
Just to comment to the photographer, it's two compelling captures. I think the one capture would do the story more justice in this case.
Cool. Thank you. Can we have a judge change, please? Lizzie, thank you very much. And Tracy, can you step back in, please? Okay, our next image, thanks. Where did he come off? Put him back on. Christopher. We have a score of 79, which is a bronze award. Steve, you can challenge.
Yeah, I gave this a score of 86. The drama in this image really compels me. The guy's knuckles are white, holding on for dear life. His face is scrunched up. He's just about, I think his eyes are actually shut in this particular moment, thinking what the hell's going to happen next. The wheel is spinning in midair, perfect motion blur on that, whereas the rest of the vehicle is pinpoint sharp. And then the chaos of being up on two wheels surrounded by debris and dust. And I love the crop, how he's disappearing out of the frame. It's like, I'm not sure where this is going to go next. I think it's really well caught. I think it's a really, very, very dynamic with the movement and the crop and the angle.
Okay, Richard, you are at the other end.
I find myself in an interesting situation because I agree with everything you say, Stephen, and and that's why I've given it my 76, the bronze, but I'm going to add some more to it. The fact that the driver's hands are covering the majority of his face almost removes the human element of this image for me, and I'm then confronted with this big angry bug. And I can see the eyes, and I can see the legs up in the air, and one of them, that wheel is spinning. So for that drama, I gave it that bronze. So I've just added positives to you. And I merited it for that, but I thought it sat nicely for me at 76.
Okay, anybody else? No, back to you, Steve.
Having those outside wheels completely surrounded by the dust just adds more tension and drama to it. The white knuckles, Richard, that is as much of the person that we need to see. It's a white knuckle ride. He's holding on for dear life, and the fact that we can see through that to seeing a closed eye is enough for me. I think it's just holding on for dear life. I think it's a tremendous image, and the photographer should be well pleased. So I'm 86. Please come up.
Okay, please rescore. We have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Well done, photographer. Okay, we're going to change a couple of judges. Esther stepping off, and Craig, you can step back off as well. And Cam, we have Christopher and Tanya, please. Okay, next image, thank you. We have a score of 81. Tracy, you can challenge this if you wish.
I gave this an 85. It has an amazing graphic quality to it. We have the half-round circle on the left. We have the half-round circle of those arms coming around. We have the half-round circle of the G and the 0 and the ball. It's just this beautiful cycle of shapes and colours, and it all works so beautifully. And it's a nice, fresh, refreshing angle for for this particular sport, and I think it needs to be rewarded. In that silver distinction, I think it's cleverly done.
Okay, and at the lower end, Richard.
Yeah, look, I am at 76, and I'm going to come up somewhat, but you're right. The graphic design, well, the graphics in the image are wonderful, and I love the entanglement of the arms and that that moment of there's almost a guessing game here where that ball's going to end up. What did hold me somewhat was every time I tried to study the image, I would go back to the green shoes, back to the green shoes, back to the green shoes. So that's held me back. I am hearing what you're saying, though.
Okay, anybody else? Cool. Back to you, Tracy.
Just to address the green shoes, I think it's a beautiful balance between the green shoes and the go on the right. It just gives you that lovely line through the middle where all those half circles, encircle it.
Righty-ho, please rescore. We have a final score of 83, which is a silver award. Well done, photographer. Right, next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Well done to the photographer. Can we have a comment from Tanya?
Yeah, I really appreciated looking through all of the images and building up the story of this person, and I really felt connected emotionally to these images. And then at the end, kind of quite quirky, that unexpectedly that the lady is with a mobile phone, so it's sort of like feeling old world, and then also connected to technology. But yeah, there's a beautiful emotion within that. I would have gone higher if the blanket has quite a few different tones if that was more consistent with the colour. Yeah.
Thank you. Right, our next image, please. We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Can we have a comment from Christopher, please?
So I thought I was being miserly at 79. And that was only because I couldn't tell at what stage of the action this was. Was that an open door because they just started or not? Because the amount of detail and the disparaging reactions between the two drivers, the driver super confident, almost laughing that this is about to start, and the other guy fully tensed up in his position as navigator. I thought it was a brilliant capture. I just thought it's probably a very easy capture because it doesn't look like they've started. So it's a setup.
Thank you. Right, our next image, please. We have a score of 72, which is a professional standard. Can we have a comment from Tracy for our photographer, please?
Perhaps the large white area of the sign on the right-hand side could have been darkened down a little to be a little less distracting. And this is a sport that's full of action, and I would love to have seen this horse in full action with these cattle. Yeah, it's a little static.
Thank you very much. Next image, please. Right. What do we got? We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to our photographer. Can we have a comment from Steve, please?
It's a great capture. I feel like it gets really bright up the top and around the side. I feel like if they'd darkened that up a little bit, it might have kept our eyes in the middle where the action really is, and maybe bring the crop down so it's take off just some of the details that's up in the top that are distracting.
Lovely, thank you very much. Next image, please. Right, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. And Tracy Scott, you can challenge this.
I gave this an 85. I think every one of these images is well crafted. I think it's put together as a set. It tells a good story. There's a strong narrative. And within each one, there's beautiful, subtle emotion, from the young consoling the elderly to the, the different members of that family and their grieving. And it's not as strong in your face. It's a very gentle type of grieving. And yeah, I think it's quite beautifully captured. It's fly on the wall, and it's a beautiful story. If that was my grandparents' funeral or my parents', it's something I would treasure for my life. It's a beautifully told story of respect and love and grieving.
Okay, we can hear from Steve, Tanya, or Richard. Who would like to talk? You're all on the same score.
There's a lot going on in this set of 9. Part of me, there's so much going on. Some of the images are very, very busy, and then they've had it might not be a grit. It just could be a very hard sharpen on there, which makes it a lot more busy as well. But to be honest, initially I was looking for more connection, for more emotion. Looking closer, I'm finding that on several images, but I think for what's supposed to be such an emotional story, I think I was looking to connect a bit more for me. And that could be due to size. I'm struggling to get in there and see. And I wonder if it was presented in a smaller series that it might be stronger.
Okay, anybody else? Christopher?
Firstly, let's congratulate a person who knows exactly where to put their zone. You've got the worst lighting crossing your imagery, and yet you've got almost like you've got reflectors in there and things like that filling shadows. You really are a master craftsman at the exposure stage, let alone the printing stage. I've witnessed these sort of funerals, and they're not... It is amazing to see a Balinese funeral in place. You can take photos of it because no one's in real shock or grief, no matter... I saw 2, and they were different age groups, and there didn't seem to be a disparity between either. They were just... It was more like honouring than falling apart. And, we cry, we weep. But I saw people just marching in line. It was a celebration, maybe, I don't know, but it's just the way they handle this stage of their lives. I just think you're a craftsman, and I've given you 83. I think I would have gone higher for some of the reasons that have been said, but 83, definitely.
Okay, back to you, Tracy.
When you sit back and look at the set, that middle row is all nice and dark in comparison to everything else. I think the extra images help tell the story of the culture and the way they do things, and yes, Balinese funerals, they do tend to be a little more self-controlled, but within those expressions I can see the grief. So yeah, I think it's a beautiful series and a beautiful capture.
Right, please rescore. We have a score of 82, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. Next image, please. We have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Christopher, you can challenge if you wish.
Can I?
Yep. You're in the next range.
This is a really interesting photo because for a while you're looking at it and then realising that the reason for the focus zones is water diffracting. I just think that's a really clever idea because in colour it'd be all so jolly obvious and it'd be murky colours that involve emotional tones like red and green. But here being in black and white, you can really build up your blacks and give us such a rich, intense... And the baby is the sharp plane because it's just pierced the water. It's beautiful.
Okay, at the other end, Richard.
I was on 74. For me, the black and white in this scenario is most definitely used more often because it's the most delicate way to portray the scene with so much is going on in that water. For me, all the beautiful detail and the expression is in that face. That child is definitely having a moment, but this is a mother holding that child too. And for me, in this particular second, she's not engaged. Her head, to me, seems turned away. And so for me, this is a lovely black and white portrait of that child's face, but everything around that for me is not quite coming together as well as I would like it to be putting it in that category.
Okay, anybody else? Back to you, Christopher.
The reason I gave it 80 was I thought that it was in the lower runs of that category, but I certainly think as a portrait of the child at the moment of its birth, it's so serenely peaceful for what has been a very traumatic process, birth. I just think it's a beautiful rendition. I don't want technicians or even the mother's head in it. I just want the child there.
Okay, please rescore. Right, and we have a 79 bronze awards. The judges, we need to go to review. So that will be either 79 or 80, please. Well done. We have gone to a silver award at 80 points. Congratulations to the photographer. And thank you to everybody. That was our last image in the documentary category, sponsored by Lumix. Judges, please don't run away. You've got to stick around at the end. Come and get your cards, and thank you very much.
Why don't you two?